Today, the 3rd day of April 2025, presiding over our special allocation, the Honorable Judge President M.G. Patudi, together with the learned judges Manoj J. and Chidara J. We call matter number 1 on the roll, case number 773 of 2012. Masindi Toni Mphephu versus Regent Toni Mphephu Ramabulana and 7 others.
Friend of Amicus, welcome back.
First of all, please, my Lord, I do confirm that the student of Content of the Amicus.
What is yesterday when we took an adjournment, there was an issue regarding the introduction of a document which was described as minutes of the meeting which was held in 2010. Captured in the letter. We left it to the parties to agree or not agree or to decide on its introduction or otherwise into this process.
As the court pleases, Lord, the parties did indeed have a discussion about the matter and included the interpreter in the discussion, for which I thank him. The parties were able to reach this agreement, and that is that we will proceed on the basis of the English translation of the minute, which appears as Annexure DM14, commencing at page 524. In volume 2-3 of the High Court record. Rather than on the basis of the Vhavenda version, which is to be found at Annexure DM1, page 434, commencing page 434, and in volume 2-2. I should add to that that the applicant accepts that the list in paragraph 4 of the minute at Annexure DM14 is not a closed list, and the reason that the applicant does say is that it doesn't mention Indumi wood and it doesn't mention primogeniture. That's the record.
The same sentiments, Mr. Vhavenda.
Well, I confirm that we have reached the agreement, and as my colleague has indicated, and I also confirm that what he has indicated, that the list of the requirement is not a closed list. On the side of the respondent, we say that the list also includes what has been pleaded and what they expect. Someone who is still going to testify is also listed as a list.
Thank you. We, on behalf of my brothers here, I think we commend you for your advocacy that you are able to assist the procedures in moving forward for any years.
Thank you.
My Lord, with the leave of court, I requested my colleague this one question that when I reassessed, I realized that I did not put it to this witness, my Lord. I asked for the permission to my colleague, he has no objection. I asked for leave to the Lordship to put this last question, my Lord.
Morning.
The Macheloni.
Macheloni Abudi.
Yes, good morning.
May you please place your full names on record?
Madzinanga Budalo.
Teacher Toni Mphephu Ramabulana.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Una chibativera oita mwano.
Auna chonontivera.
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to place on record will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say so after God.
Arali vachifulupedzisa uri kutanzi vone vadovamba apa ndi ngopedzi isina chimwe vaimisa chanda chaula vari mudzimu nthuse ndiyambe ngopedzi
Mdzimu nthuse ndiyambe ngopedzi.
Duly sworn in, my lord.
Yes, that's a witness.
Yes, please the court, my lord. When you were growing up at Masindi, the royal palace, was there any stage that you saw full fellow visiting during school holidays?
zvezvi vachikwaluwa ngeidzana nemusanda hovuya vana chimwe chipingana chevadovona vofulupelo voda kudhara apa nga zvipinga zvamusi zvikolo zvovhara
Atongo ndababona vododara.
I never saw her coming to visit.
When did you first know her?
Votoma lini uvadiva?
Ndotomo vadiva ndichitwa navo dimbanyika richia vuani. Vachikoyo vavona novona mwana wapo.
I started knowing her when we go with Mr. Dimbanyika to Vuani as he was going to see her and to see his child.
My lord, that evidence in chief.
Cross-examination of the
This is the
father.
court, please. Good morning, Mr. President.
The Macheloni?
Macheloni Abudi.
Yes, good morning.
I want to start by asking you some personal biography questions, and then we'll move from there. You referred in your evidence in chief to your wife. I take it you're married. You referred in your evidence in chief to your wife. I take it you are married.
Ndido thomanga uvavutisa dzimbudziso dzedzi dzine dzakwama vone zvino vosumbitsa panoni vamba ngaha mutanoni wavo ndidzo zvichiya ungari bomara.
Ndizone ndomara.
Yes, I am married.
And her name is Rulisani Portia Mphephu, is that right?
Ndi madzina mutanoni wavo hayo.
Ndizone.
Correct.
And are you married by civil law or in a civil marriage, or is it a customary marriage?
Bomara nanga mbingano ya chikuwa kana ine ya chirema.
Romangana nga mbingano ya chirema.
Customary marriage.
Now, David Mphephu testified, and although we disagree with him in this regard, he said that the last Zikiso marriage that took place amongst the Mphephu Ramabulana was in 1950 when King Patrick got married to his Zikiso wife, Masindi. Do you agree with that?
Zvino musibo David Mphephu vachendekedza vutanzi pano pamba court na hoi rine risakutenderana nazvo vosumbitsa zvauri mutanoni wa dzekiso kana dzekiso la upedzisera mutani hoyu wa Mphephu Ramabulana lova nga mwa wa 1950 musibo Patrick Mphephu vachimara mutanoni wavo wa dzekiso vomasindi ndizvone.
Ndibona uri bo David Mphephu vada wavo kuti ulibara ne ndo yanda marero mufumakadzi wa dzekiso nga vomevisi omaro haravere musi ndono chena buhusi.
I think David Mphephu may had forgotten because there was one Zekiso wife that was married for me at Ravele by Bomevis. Maybe had forgotten about that.
Well, I put it to you, Mr. Mphephu, that is...
After I was coronated.
Put it to you that that's untrue, because not a word of it has been put to a single one of my witnesses throughout this court case. That is simply not true.
Zvino ndikovabudza uri hezvo izvi ngasibe ngoho kana asi ngoho ngauri ahuna na chiticho raro chechabudzwa tanzi dzanga kha tanzi dzanga dzote dzodo apa dzanekedza vutanzi.
Zvangu ndizori zoya zvaita utovani arongodzura chikhala chilafu opedza utuwa.
The truth of the matter is that it happened is just that we did not stay together for a long time because she left.
And we've heard from David Mphephu, who's one of the senior Kotsi Munene in the community and who's assured us that he would have been involved in any attempt to find Zeki's wife, and he certainly was satisfied that you did not have one.
ro zviwana vichibva kavo David Mphephu vanei va mumwe wa makoti munene mahulwane kamutahuno ni karushaka huru zvino hezvo vova vachinga vavodzhenerera kanzudzanyo dzedzo dza utoda mutanuni wa dzekiso vova vachidova vozvibvisira kagara.
mutanuni wa dzekiso utodiwa nga khadzi ye yadzhena na khosi yayo yaranga phanda makotsi munene na dzikhadzi.
The Zekiso wife is the responsibility of the Kadzi who was coronated together with the chief. Then she leads the delegates. She leads Makoti Munene and the other Kadzis to go there.
And that would be Mavis.
Mavis.
It's Mavis.
And we've asked this question specifically of Mavis, and she said absolutely not. You do not have a Zekiso wife.
You asked Mavis.
We asked Mavis.
Mavis bari hai.
She was categorical that you don't have a Zekiso wife.
But sumbedzisa bakagalo ri vone avongovana mutanoni wa Zekiso.
When my colleague said we asked Mavis, we know that Mavis hasn't testified. At what stage? It's not clear whether she hasn't testified. He said we asked, not sure where.
Mavis ever come before this one?
It's simply the truth. We've spoken to her, and that's what she says.
In this one.
I
She
mean,
called to testify in this one.
no, she wasn't.
So where did you ask?
Outside in the course of preparing for the trial.
Yeah, cannot answer.
As the court pleases. You have. We'll argue about that at the end of the case. But what I'm putting to you is that if you had a Zekiso wife, not only would you have said so in your evidence in chief because of its significance, but the witnesses who've given evidence before you would have testified to the same thing.
Zvino rido ambangalo ilipungo mapetseroni angeni. Pedzi hai na uzoraro. Zvongova zva wanala kutanzini hapana tanzi dzote hauna tanzi nanti yadapo yazvisumbedzisa zvauri vova vana mutanoni wa Zekiso.
Nendikozvisumbedzisa uri ndova ndinaye utova neombodituwa.
I am saying it now that I had one. I had a Zekiso wife, just that she left.
And your children that you have, what children do you have? What children do you have?
What?
Yes, what children do you have? What children do you have? Boys, girls, and how many?
Oh, vana vanade nawo ndi vangana. Vatizana vangana mavoda mangana mashinda mangana. Are you referring to all of them or to my wife, one wife?
Your wife, with your wife, who's son?
Oh, na mutano ni bohulisana.
Ina bana.
4.
And
Batukana basizana.
what is your boys?
Ndina vatukana vararu na musizana muthihi.
3 boys and 1 girl.
And what are the boys' names?
Zina la mutukana?
Ndi Ramano,
Ramano,
Makhado,
Toni,
wa msizana ndi Matamela.
the girl is Matamela.
And as I understand it, Patrick would be 23 years old at this stage. Is that correct?
Patrick zvazvino na mingwa ya 23 ndi zvone.
Ndizona.
Yes.
Now, the eighth respondent's case is that you were appointed as chief in 1998.
Zvino respondent wa bumalo ukusumbetsa uri bone boti wasa khosi nga 1998.
Ndizona.
Yes.
Was that appointment applicable in respect of the whole of Vhavenda, or was it applicable in respect of the Mphephu Ramabulana line?
Iyo appointment yova iya lushaka lwa Mphephu Ramabulana pedzi kana yova iya shango lote la Vhavenda.
Appointment ya 1998 yova ya lushaka lwa Mphephu Ramabulana.
It was for the Mphephu Ramabulana clan.
And you were then appointed as You were identified by the 8th respondent as king on the 14th of August 2010.
Va topoliwa sa khosikulu nga oh is it
You were identified by the 8th respondent as king on the 14th of August 2010.
nga dzi 14 za August 2010 sa khosikulu.
Ndizona.
Yes.
You were recognized by the president as king on the 14th of September 2012.
Recognition yaitwa nga mu president yaitwa nga datum ya September nga 2012.
Ndizona.
Yes.
And that would have made you the king in respect of a wider area, the whole area that was formerly the homeland of Vhavenda.
Hezwo zwa vuvaita uri vapfi va khosikulu ya lushaka rothe kana vhupo hothe ha Venda.
Ndizona.
Yes.
And the Constitutional Court set aside your appointment on the 12th of November 2021.
Zvino Constitutional Court kana khothe iyi ya ndayotewa ya vhetshela thungo u tiwa havho sa khosi nga dzi 12 dza November 2021. Yes.
Ndizona.
Yes.
So, in fact, as you confirmed in your evidence in chief, you held the position of either chief or king for a period of 23 years.
Kazvo sazvevone vasumbisa chifhinga chamusi vakonekeza vutanzi vova khosi kana khosikulu lwa minwaha ya mahumi ya 23.
Ndizona.
Yes.
Moving on to a different topic. King Dimbanyika died on Christmas Day in 1997.
Khosikulu vo Dimbanyika matiba oka nga duba la khushumusi nga nwa wa 1997.
Ndizona.
Yes.
This was accompanied by followed by, I should say, great disruption in the affairs of Vhavenda.
Hezwo zvateverwa nga vhilinga liulwane hafhanoni kha zwithu zwa Vhavenda.
Ndizona.
Yes.
There was tension between the younger generation and the then Royal Council led by Toni Mphephu and Thompson Muvango, who were from Patrick's generation.
Havana na khudano kana havana usa andana ka hava vhathu vane vakadiba vaswa na Royal Council kana Royal Council yanepo Mphephu. You said something about Thompson.
So I said there was tension between the younger generation and the Royal Council.
Yes.
Which was led by Toni Mphephu and Thompson Muvango.
Eyo tension kana ho usandana vorangwa phamba ngavo Thompson navo David Mphephu.
And those two came from Patrick's generation.
And havo vaviri vabva kha lushaka holu lwa vo Patrick.
Ava tikokoni pfesesa uri ndiona voranga phanda vhiri la Muvango na nthu.
I don't understand. Are you referring to are you saying they are the ones who led the tension?
What I'm saying is there was tension between the younger generation and the Royal Council.
Zvinenda kwamba nduri hova na usa andana kana na khudano vukati ha lushaka ulune lwakadiva lutuku na Royal Council.
Ndizona.
Yes.
And the Royal Council at that stage was led by Toni Mphephu and Thompson Muvango.
Royal Council nga icho chifhinga yova yorangwa phanda ngavo Thompson Mphephu na is David Muvango or David Mphephu?
Toni Mphephu and Thompson Muvango.
David Mphephu navo Thompson Muvango.
Ndizona.
Yes.
And Toni Mphephu and Thompson Muvango were from your father Patrick's generation.
Zvino vo hava vo Muvango navo David Mphephu vova vachibva vo David vo Muvango navo David Mphephu vava vachibva kha lushaka lwavo Mphephu lwavo Patrick.
Ndizona.
Yes.
One of the many complaints of the younger generation was the way that the funeral of Dimbanyika had been conducted by the older generation.
Zvino chimwe cha zviitisi kana cha dzimbuno dze holu lushaka luswa lwava lunadzo ndipungo la ndira ye yachimbidzwa ngayo tsvito ya mutahabvu vo Dimbanyika nga hava vahulwane nga valuwa.
Ndivona uri asizone.
I think it's not true.
Well, the complaint was that Dimbanyika's funeral was left, Dimbanyika's coffin was left out in the rain during the funeral. Do you remember that?
It was left?
Out in the rain during the funeral.
Chimwe cheva zvisumbedza vari coffin kana bulalo ha mutahabvu vo Dimbanyika hosiwa mvulani chifhinga cha tsvito.
Azongo vya zvaiteya.
It did not happen.
The younger generation, we disagree with you, but let's move on.
Ariko tenderana na vone pedza vari bvere panda.
The younger generation rebelled and convened a meeting about 2 weeks after Dimbanyika's death.
Zvino ava vane vakadiva vaswa lushaka lune rakadiva luswai lwavo vakokodzera thungo lwaita mutangano honofera vege mbiri nga murahu ha uswitwa mutavhu wo Dimbanyika.
Zova hone ndi tobana tichadona zuri after chifhinga chingapa.
Yes, it happened, but it is just that I cannot remember. It happened after how long?
That's fine. Our records suggest it was about 2 weeks after Dimbanyika.
Zvino record yasho apa ikusumbitsa uri zvova hone nga murahu vege mbiri nga murahu amusi Matiba oha.
Atikuonera navo nditobana atikuchahumbulana zuri zvova hone lini.
I'm not denying, it's just that I can't remember as
That's
to
fair enough.
it was after how long.
That's fair enough. You can translate? That's
Yeah, zvo.
The interim committee was chaired by Charles Mphephu. The interim committee was chaired by Charles
Zvino komite ya chipinganyana yova ichiko rangwa pamba ngavo Charles Mphephu.
Ndizona.
Yes.
Vhopopi was recognized by the younger generation and treated as an advisor to them.
Vhopopi vava vone votiwawo kana votopoliwawo nga hoyu murapu muswa uri vave vone mueletshedzi wavo.
Atizvidivi yazvo.
I don't know about that.
At that time, the applicant, Masindi Mphephu, was only 6 years old.
Nga icho chipinga applicant Masindi Mphephu ova ana minwa mitanu na muthihi.
Ndikasizviyanatsa.
I cannot deny.
Save for her age, at that point in time, the younger generation and many others recognized her as the sole person entitled to succeed Dimbanyika.
Zvino ho disedzwa na minwa yawe nga icho chipinga murapo ini wakadiva mutuku wavaone une wakobona uri ndiene mutu oteaho kana otewaho nga ujena chiduloni.
Zvendabona zvone ndizori oyo murapo mutuku nawo akhamba ngauyo woya watea nne samutu otewa ngochena chiduloni.
What I saw is that the younger generation that you are referring to identified me as the person who is fit to succeed.
Yes, but I want you to. Well, we can come back to that. At that point, so we say it was in January of 1998. You're right, they did appoint you to the interim committee, but they appointed you in acting capacity as acting chief, not as chief.
Nga echo chipinga vakwamba zvone nga ovo nga mwedzi wa phando nga mwa wa 1998 eyo interim committee kana committee ya chipinganyana yotopora vone usuri vave khosi pedzi yo vatopolore vave khosi pfareri.
Let me just finish. Your appointment as a chief, not an acting chief, came in March of that year.
Utopolwa havo kana utiwa havo sakhosi zvoitea nga March nga onoyo ṅwaha husi sakhosi pfareri sakhosi zvovo doitea nga March.
Zvendabona zvone ndizori komiti ye yave rangaphanḓa ngavo Charles Mphephu ainga yantopora sakhosi pfareri yantopora sakhosi ndizvendabona zvone kha mabambiri evang'wara.
What I saw from the papers that they wrote, the interim committee, or rather the committee that was led by Charles Mphephu, did not appoint me or identify me as an acting chief. They appointed me as chief.
I agree with you in that regard as far as the March meeting is concerned.
Ndikotenderana nabone kha hezvo zvichikwama mutangano weitowo nga March.
But at the January meeting, 2 weeks after Dimbanyika's death, they appointed you as acting.
Pedzia kha mutangano wa January nga murahu vege mbiri musi Matiba oha abo Dimbanyika votopoliwa kana votiwa sa khosi pfareri.
Atizvidivi yazvo.
I don't know about that.
And the reason for that was that at that stage they recognized Masindi's entitlement to take the throne.
And chitisi chichauringa icho chipingai vovona Masindi ene mutu otewawo nga ujena chiduloni.
Atongoviya ndabona na bambiri nalitila nomba izvo.
I did not see any paper mentioning such a thing.
Let's move on.
Hari bvele panda.
You've already confirmed to my learned friend that you signed a confirmatory affidavit for David Mphephu's affidavit.
bono tenda paka mushimisani na nezwa uri bosaina confirmatory affidavit yabo yokhwatsedza zwoambiwa ngabo David Mphephu.
In these
Bizarre.
proceedings.
Yeah.
And you were taken to your signature yesterday.
Eh?
And you were taken to your signature yesterday. I'm not going to go there again.
Okay, zvobada ringati ndo vana umera kazvo namusi.
I want to move on to the March meeting, which is the meeting where we accept that you were appointed as chief.
Zvino ndikotodo rieka mutangano hoyu wa March uneva kutenda zvori vone votiwa sakhosi.
Now, you and David, in David's affidavit, discussed a meeting that was held on the 7th of March 1998 in the answering affidavit.
Bone na bo David bo ambanga ha mutangano hoyu wetiwa nga ḓuvha la 7 dza March nga ṅwaha wa 1998 hafhala kha affidavit.
And I'm going to ask you to look at volume 2-2, page 364. And it's at page 364. And we're going to look at paragraph 165.1 and following. You're welcome to read it quietly to yourself. I beg your pardon, Lord. 165.1 to 165.1.7.
Okay.
So it says the meeting in issue, i.e. of the Rebellious Royal Council, was held on the 7th of March 1998, and the following was minuted as the position of that meeting.
Hapi zvino mutangano hoyo unokwambiwa satsumbo wa baba mabambukwa Royal Council ya mabambukwa woitiwa nga 7 dza March nga ṅwaha wa 1998 zviteveraho zvaba zvone zvomwaliwaho sa zvone zvoitiwa mutangano.
So the first observation I make, and I'm sure you'd agree, is that it was held roughly 2 months after the January meeting that we've spoken about.
Zvino zvine ndakotothoma mba zvone apa ndipfungola uri ngatenderana uri ho mutangano woitiwa mimwedzi miviri nga muraho holani woitiwa nga January nga muraho hawo la wa January.
Woitiwa nga
After 2 months ubva kha hola wa January.
Athi tovha na mutangano na vhutanzi a meeting uno.
I am not certain about this meeting.
Ndi u ḓivha nge nda ya nda vhala minete ine nda ḓiselwa nga vha muṱa musi ndo no vha khosi nda kona u zwi ḓivha na zwo ri khou itea hoyu meeting.
I came to know about this meeting when the minutes were shown to me by the family, and after I was coronated as a chief, then I came to know that this meeting took place.
Okay. And you were sufficiently happy to be able to confirm David's affidavit in relation to these paragraphs?
Bone bonala bachinga bo takala ukhwathisedza affidavit yabo David ine abana na uhezwi.
Ndi ngauri ndono vhala mabambiri ndavha ndono vha nawo mara athongo vha party ya mutangano.
Yes, it is because I have gone through the papers that
the minute of the meetings.
This minute of the meetings, but I did not participate in this meeting.
Yes, I agree with you.
Dizon gotendelana na.
So let's just read what took place at that meeting. It said everyone was aware that the king Dibangika had passed on.
Zvino richivala zvezvambiwa kha ilo ḓuvha kana ka mutangano osumbedzwa upfi muṅwe na muṅwe uya zwiḓivha zvauri mativa oxa a vukhosi vo dimbanyika.
There was a need to fill in the vacancy.
huna ṱhoḓea ya u thivha tshikhala tshavho.
Dimbanyika had a wife with Mr. Vhavenda Mphephu.
Vho Dimbanyika vha na muṱanuni vhane vha pfi Vho Vhavenda Mphephu.
The two had a daughter, Masindi, the first applicant.
Vhuvhili havho vha na voda ḽine ḽa pfi Masindi ane a vha first applicant.
And then importantly, in our family nation, a woman does not reign.
Hapa ha sumbedziwa upfi kha muṱa washu kha muṱa washu hafha kha ulu lushaka mufumakadzi ha vhusi.
165.1.6, the most appropriate replacement as king is Dimbanyika's Ndumi, Toni Mphephu, and it gives your ID.
Apa utevhelaho hapfi muthu ane avha kha nyimele ya vhuḓi ya unga dzhena tshiimoni hetshi ndi sa khosi ndi Ndumi ya Vho Dimbanyika vhane vha pfi Toni Mphephu ha ṅwaliwa na nomboro ya bugu ndaula.
And the district should urgently implement this recognition, and if acceptable, 3 dates were proposed for installation of the new king.
Zwino hapfi tshiṱiriki tshi ḓo ita nga u ralo nga u ṱavhanyedza uri hu dzhielwe nṱha na u ṱanganedzwa ha wana dzi datumu tharu dzine dza nga shumisiwa kha u dzhenisa khosi ntswa.
I see there's a reference unexpected minutes of that meeting identified as G11. That is translated, this translation, which is G11B, attached to the court papers. The court accused, according that, the courts, the first instance, the one where the matter was heard in the foyer courts. So I want to know whether this annexure here, translation, is it the same one as the subject, or this?
It's completely different, and I don't think a translation was in fact, I think it refers to a translation, but if my memory serves me correctly, I don't think a translation was ever put up.
Okay. Do we have a trace of this annexure here 11, the purpose of this process? Anyway, no.
Have a place for minutes.
Yeah, of the minutes referred to by Mr. David Mphephu in that application. Anyway, perhaps we can find trace of it.
The Vhavenda version is an annexure. It's annexure DM11A. It's only the English version that never materialized.
That translation is it somewhere? Can we find it in any of the annexures?
No. I think my little friend can confirm. It might be that I've missed it, but I certainly don't recall it seeing one.
Yes, I think is it not the one appearing on page 504 of volume 2-3?
I think that is the minute in Vhavenda. It's got one paragraph in English for some reason. That's 11A. That's the Vhavenda version with the paragraph in English. All very confusing. So our approach has been to rely on the affidavit signed by Mr. Mphephu.
Because this one refers to the meeting of the 11th of January 1998. That's not it.
We've never really been able to make full sense of that minute, but as I said, David Mphephu and Toni Mphephu have clarified it in the body of the affidavit.
Let's go back and try to, because Mr. Ravel will also need to assist us. Mr. Thompson is also examining this with reference to the meeting that took place on the 7th of March 1998. Is that right?
7.
Paragraph 165.1 of volume 2 of 2 refers to the meeting held on the 7th of March 1998.
Yes, indeed.
Is it the one you're referring to? And in which it is said the following minutes as the following was minuted as a position of that meeting. Then the issues there are articulated, and which is why this is my interest in this reference to the annex DM11 and its translation. Now, brother here has suggested actually was asked whether the minutes refer to not one reflecting volume 2 chapter 3 at page 504.
Yes, those are indeed the
Is
minutes.
it the same?
Yes.
So we just want to, because when we like that, be able to.
Yes.
Mr. Vhavenda, do you confirm that is the decision?
My Lord, it appears that the minutes that my Lordship is referring to is the minutes of the January meeting, not the March. January,
1998.
yes.
So which means there was another meeting prior to one in March 1998.
Yes, which he referred to.
Exactly what it said.
Yes.
So the purpose of this meeting in March 1998, you have no records. If that's what Mr. Vhavenda says, is anything to go by. So there are no except the reference here.
Are difficult to use, but these are the response documents, and the only way we can make sense of those minutes is by relying on what's in the body of the affidavit that's been pleaded by the 8th respondent and the 1st respondent.
There's no trace, there are no minutes. Trace, minutes, Royal Council, held on 7 March 1998. That's why it is.
I'm not sure if it's of any significance, but we've.
No, it is. So can't say you don't see it.
No. What I'm
make the reference to this. It's there in the evidence.
Yes.
It is part of the evidence. Yeah. So it has.
No. I'm not suggesting that has. I'm saying what I'm about to say. I don't know if it has significance.
Oh yeah. You know because you don't have it. It's not there. But I'm saying for our purpose, it shall be noted that the minutes referred to as annexed DM 11 not traced. Not that they are not there. They're not traceable because we sought maybe to link them to the minutes here in volume 2, item 3, but then the being disavowed is not being related to 1 March 1998. That's what we have.
We in preparing took it that there was a mistake in relation to the date put on these minutes, and that these purport to be the minutes of the meeting of 7th of March. That's how we.
Will assist us. We want to show you these minutes from volume 2, item 3, at page 504. Whether he has any personal comment.
No, sure. bakubona?
Ndikubona.
Yes.
What is your comment? Do you have any knowledge of what is, or maybe let's give us give you a chance to go through it. The document having 2 pages. Are you familiar with that document?
Bambiri baitiba.
Bambiri ndoyibona kha musi ndono jena buhosi ichiko bva mutawa buhosi.
I saw this document after I was coronated as chief, and I got it from the royal family.
Appears if the court can look at page 506, DM 11A, the next year.
506.
So there seems to be, because here it's a vendor interpretation, but the date of appointment is set the 7th January 1998 on Wednesday in the morning. The Makadzi has announced that Peter Mphephu Ramabulana is the one who's going to be the leader of the Mphephu. So he's still part of the rebellious, what so-called rebellious group. So it appears that on these minutes, it was still in January, not in March. The appointment as early as 7 January, coming from the so-called rebellious group. The appointment had already been made.
Where do you see the date of 7 January?
My lord, there's somewhere just before, I think, where there's something like Chipinga.
Earlier on, Mr. Rossi mentioned that as 7th of March might be a typing error.
Yes, we've had to try and make sense of it. I agree that it's very difficult to make sense of it.
So the dates, yeah, I think it's a typing error. The year originally is the 7th of January, not March. In the same year. And that's when the identification process is so regular.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
Now, then can we link these documents to paragraph 165 to 2.1, Alice 50 and 11? Which is identified as such in the papers here as the same document upon which we guide two persons to
We've worked on the assumption that David Mphephu and Toni Mphephu have faithfully rendered what took place at the meeting on the 7th of March in paragraph 165.1.
We are now on the same page.
As a group. So you've seen what took place at the meeting on the 7th of March 1998. I can then ask you to please turn back to page 363.
Kezvo vona zvoitewa nga duva la mutangano nga duva la the 7th of March 1998 zvino ndidombelo rivhuri apo ka page 363.
Okay. And it says, furthermore, in 1998, when the second applicant sat as the chairperson of some illegitimate rebellious royal council, he sat in a meeting that sought to identify the first respondent as the king of the Vhavenda. Second applicant, by the way, being Charles Mphephu.
As applicant number 2 kana second applicant ndivo Charles Mphephu.
Ndizona.
Zvino hapo kopfi nga nṱha zwezwo nga ṅwaha wa 1998 musi second applicant kana vo Charles Mphephu va chidzula sa mudzula chidulo ka heyo group kana wa heyo group kana chigwada cha marabele ya cha Royal Council.
Then the important sentence is the one that follows. It says, in that meeting, the second applicant was present when the chairperson of that meeting stated that in Mphephu Ramabulana custom, women do not succeed. This reference was made directly against the first applicant, Masindi Mphephu, who was excluded then from consideration.
Zvino mutaladzi apa noni wa vhuṱhogwa nga maanḓa ndi hononini wa kwamba zwa uri kha hoyo mutangano second applicant ndi avha vo Charles Mphephu vo va hone va mudzula chidulo hapo kha mutangano hoyo wambiwa hapo ha Mphephu Ramabulana uya nga maitele a Mphephu Ramabulana vhathu vha tshifumakadzini ava dzheni chiduloni. Zvino nga ṅwambo wa zwezwo zvavo sumbedzisiwa upfi mu first applicant ane ava Masindi zwi amba o thudzelwa thungo kana o bviselwa thungo ho sedziwa zwezwo.
Ndi zwa vhukuma mufumakadzi ya dzheni chiduloni kha vhosi Mphephu Ramabulana.
Yes, it is true. Women cannot succeed in our Mphephu Ramabulana chieftaincy.
And what I suggest to you is that the proper meaning to be given to that last sentence, particularly the use of the word then, is that until that meeting, till that point in time, Masindi had been recognized as the legitimate successor, but from that point onwards, because she was a woman, she was excluded.
Zvino zvinera kuzviwana uya khayo mutaladzi ndi fungo lawo ri musi hezwo shumiswa hezwo ri then zviamba zvori usvikela zvezvo hoyo hezwo zvichisumbedzwa nga uralo ri mufumakadzi a dzheni chiduloni zviamba Masindi ova oboniwa saine muthu ane angatea udzhena chiduloni.
Zwine ndangapindula zwone zori arali khamusi ri tshi nga wana minute yo ṅwalwa nga Tshivenda ngori unga na ṱhalutshedzo ya Tshivenda na izwo zwi sa tu fana zwavhuḓi.
In response to that, I think if we can get the Vhavenda version, maybe because there is a challenge of translation here in these documents.
Well, it looks like we're lost as far as that is concerned. We're never going to get an accurate minute of the 7th of March meeting. But what I put to you is clear.
Zvitongai ringasiwane minute heyo ya the 7th of March 1998. Pezi zvine ndakuvabvunza zvone zvikagara.
Azvikagara.
No, it is not clear.
No. Let me finish my sentence.
Kabari ndipedzise
Listen to it carefully and you can then comment.
Vantecherese nga buronwane vakonwa.
What I'm saying is that this paragraph is only capable of one interpretation, and that is that Masindi Mphephu applicant was excluded on the basis of agenda. Pure and simple.
Zvine ndakwamba zvane kha hoyo mutaladzi zvikosumbedzisa kana hukosumbedziswa upfi Masindi Mphephu uko thudzelwa thungo kana uko vonala asongotea chiduloni nga ṅwambo wori ndi wambewu ya chifumakadzini ndi zwone zvine zvakwambiwa hapo.
Kha nne zwine ndaḓivha zwone Masindi Mphephu ango thudzelwa thungo nga mafhungo a uri ndi wa chifumakadzini. Atovha mafhungo uri uya nga maitele nga maitele na mikhwa ya Tshivenda uva asa qualify.
According to me, Masindi was not excluded simply because she's a woman. It's just that according to Vhavenda, the Vhavenda customs and culture, she does not qualify.
I want you to answer my question. I don't want you to give me your views on that. I want you to look at this paragraph 165, which both you and Toni and Poppy, all three of you, have confirmed on oath. And bear in mind also, Poppy was at the meeting. We've all confirmed it on oath, and that paragraph says in no uncertain terms that Masindi was excluded specifically because of her gender. That paragraph. That's all I want you to answer, please.
My colleague wants to interpret a document with the witness. And now he come and say that there was a word specifically excluded because of the gender. And this doesn't contain in this paragraph. He's training the interpretation. And I'm of the view that it will be unfair to put a proposition of something that is being strained while it's not purport to be what is being said, and put it as a matter of fact. Or 165. Because he's now putting the word specifically, and it's not in that paragraph.
165.
Yes, please.
Is 165 the 26?
It's paragraph 165 and page 363.
My submissions is that the correct interpretation is one that the court had to decide, but it cannot be put as a matter of fact that this paragraph specifically said that the only exclusion of the applicant is her gender. Yes, please.
From the latter part of it, it is said that in that meeting, the second applicant was present. Then the chairperson of that meeting stated that in Mphephu Ramabulana custom, women do not succeed. Now, this reference was made directly against the first applicant, who was excluded then from consideration. So, what is your problem, Mr.
Rabel? My colleague is putting as a matter of fact that the only consideration by the royal family of excluding the applicants is that she's a woman. And this is also emanating from the witness saying that the minutes, we need to look at the minutes, and my colleague said no, it will be difficult to even get those minutes. So he is putting to the witness an interpretation from a document. And my contention is that that interpretation can be made through submission, and the court then will be capable to decide whether the words can be strained to mean the suggestion that is being posed.
So the interpretation of the document, any document,
it's a legal aspect.
must be confined to ordinary uses.
Yes.
And the grammar and the syntax is that we are told.
Yes.
But he can still answer because it's a valid question.
As a police matter.
We see no strain whatsoever. It is capable only of that meaning.
Yes, but then let's see what the answer is. In other words, the question is fair. What is your response?
Pindolo irimin.
phindulo ndi ya uri ndi zwone mufumakadzi ya dzheni mara ho tovhelwa zwithu zwinzhi asi hezwi fhedzi zwo uri mufumakadzi ya dzheni.
Indeed, a woman cannot succeed, but they regard many things, not only the fact that a woman does not succeed.
There are many other factors.
There are many other factors. Yes. Bakoraro chiri.
Ndi zwone.
What are these other factors?
Ndi zvifhio izvi zvimwe zvinji?
Understand?
ndi zwa uri
Because already you dispute the fact that women will not succeed.
zvinwe zvone ndi zvauri arali
Because they are women. Because there are other factors. What are these factors?
Kesvo vono disumbedza uri mufumakadzi ajeni pedzi ausitutsedzwa helo pedzi la uri ndi wambeiwa chifumakadzini zvino izvi zvimwe zvithu zvinji ndi zvifhio?
zvimwe ndi zvauri arali radzhenisa mufumakadzi haphanoni vusi kuda yaguma. chimwe ndi chauri mufumakadzi ane ajena ane radzhenisa mufumakadzi mikhwa na maitele a Tshivenda u fana na dzekiso na u tanula zwidofa zwine zwi khou vhulaya mvelelo ya Tshivenda.
The other thing is if a woman succeeds, then the chieftaincy will collapse. And another thing again, our customs and our Venda customs and Venda culture will also collapse like Zekiso and Utanura practice.
Rina richiya songo zwi arali matiba oka huna zwithu zvinopfi uluvedza zwine mufumakadzi angasi zwikone zwiitiwa nga khosi ine yava ione nga checho chipinga. And
when we go to Songozwi for burial, there are some rituals that are performed there that the woman cannot do it. It can be done. It's the responsibility of the chief who's ruling during that time, or makotsi munene.
What I put to you and point out to you is that nothing whatsoever was said at the meeting about any other alleged disqualifying criteria in respect of Ms. Mphephu.
Auna, is it a question or a comment? Auna na chimwe chithu choambiwa chine cha tudzera Masindi kule kauri angajena chiduluni choambiwa ho mutanganoni hoyo wobohona.
My colleague is putting it as a matter of fact that there is nothing that was said. Then the interpretation seems to suggest that to ask him whether there was something that was said, So it's a matter of a statement that there was nothing that was said, not asking a witness whether there was other things that were said. So I know it's a bit.
I'm indebted to my colleague. It's an important distinction that he's pointed out.
Okay.
So let me repeat the question. Please make sure it's translated in exactly the way that my friend said.
Yet, my lord, yet I asked whether it's a question or a comment because I did not get it properly.
Yes. What I'm putting to you in cross-examination is that nothing whatsoever was said at the meeting about any other disqualifying criteria.
Zvino andikoudza uri kazvoambiwa mutanganoni hapalani ahuna chimwe chithu choambiwa ahuna chiti chine cha disqualify kana chine chaita uri Masindi atudzere thungo.
Neka mutangano mumwe we ndava ndo uvona wo ṅwana wa Tshivenda huna zwithu zwa zwo ṅwaliwa u fana na mafhungo a dzikiso wife na u tanula.
In a minute of a certain meeting, the minutes that I saw, they were factors that were mentioned. There were things that were mentioned like, such as Utanura and the Zekiso wife. It was a Venda version minute.
Mr. Mphephu, you're making this up.
If
If you saw those things, you would have made sure that when this affidavit was prepared and you confirmed it, you put them into the affidavit and you failed to do so.
ngani ngauri arali vone vo va vo zvibona izvo zvithu hei affidavit ichitiwa va vada vo zvita mafhungo uri zvive hone hapa fedzi yavo kundelwa uita ngauralo.
nṋe ndo vhala mafhungo a Tshivenḓa.
I went through, or rather I read the Venda version.
Yes. And then why didn't you say to David, put it into the affidavit, it's important, it needs to be there, played a role in the decision?
Ndi ngani vha songo zwi ṱalutshedza vho David izwi uri zwi dzhenisiwa hafha kha affidavit ngauri ndi zwa vhuṱhogwa uri u kone u dzhiwa tsheo.
nṋe nda ndi khou ḓivha na zwori hezwi zwithu zwi ḓo vha zwi hone, that's why na muimeli wanga a khou vhudzisa uri a khou ḓivha na zwori khamusi zwi ḓo vha zwo khenda gai.
I thought maybe it will be available. That is why yet my legal representative is also asking me about it. We don't know where it is.
Let's move on, but I'm going to argue at the end of the case that you were dishonest in suggesting that there were any such minutes, and if they existed, you would have said something about it.
Kha ri bvele phanḓa fhedzi ri ḓo amba ngazwo nga murahu zwithu musi ri tshi vho swika kha mafhungo a argument uri zwo vha vho are zwo vha zwi hone vha ḓo vho tea vho zwi ḓisa uri zwi vhe hone.
Let's move on to another document, and what I want to put to you before we go there is this. Amongst
sorry. Application to sit. The witness wants to sit. Yes. Leave to sit, yes. Aungajiwa matuko.
No such application from my side. Mr. Mphephu, what I put to you is that amongst right-thinking people in the Mphephu Ramabulana community, there was unhappiness about discrimination against Masindi in the lead-up to your installation ceremony. Amongst right-thinking people in the Mphephu Ramabulana community,
amongst
right-thinking people who are thinking the right things, right-thinking people, amongst right-thinking people in the Mphephu Ramabulana community, there was unhappiness about discrimination against Masindi in the lead up to your installation.
Zvino kha vhathu ve baba vha tshi khou humbula zwavhuḓi hangeni kha lushaka lwa Mphephu Ramabulana ho vha na u sa takala kha fhungo eḽinoni ḽa u ṱalulwa ha Masindi zwe a fhedza u tshi dzheniswa vhone.
Hezwo ndi kha vhuhosi vhuṅwe na vhuṅwe zwi itwa ngoralo a huna khosi na nthihi nga ri i tshi dzhena vhathu vhoṱhe vha vha vho takala.
It happens. That's how it is done in every chieftaincy. There is no chief. People are not going to be, all of them are not going to be happy when any chief is being installed.
Nga Tshivenḓa vha ri vhonaka ngo vangiwa.
And there is a Venda saying which says vhonaka ngo vangiwa, which means there must be a fight for chieftaincy. Yeah, simply translated like that. Yeah. It's worth fighting for.
Your installation ceremony, you confirmed in your evidence in chief, took place on the 28th of November 1998.
Bo sumbedzisa kha affidavit yavo uri u dzheniswa havo kana u rwelwa havo ṱari zwo itea nga dzi 28 dza November 1998.
Ndi zwone.
Yes.
I can ask you to turn to page 65A of the applicant's trial bundle. Exhibit 1, applicant's trial bundle. Uh, 65A. If your Lordship is having a quick read of it, there's a better copy on the following page, 65B, a read typed copy. You're welcome to read that letter to yourself while we're waiting, Mr. Mphephu. And there's a better copy on page 65B.
kezvo upfi vanga ḓivha vha khou vhala hanefho vho lindela ri tshi dzudzanya afho afi zwi vhonala zwavhuḓi nga hafha kha 65B.
Please note, I see we've sailed past normal time for the tea agreement. I'm assuming the court would like me to simply continue, or
We propose that we take a short break,
as the court pleases.
but there's no position to take. Wait until 15 minutes.
As the court pleases.
All right.
kezvo vha khou humbudziwa uri vha kha ḓivha vha nga fhasi hu vhudziswa dzimbudziso. Ari tshi tou bva nga hanefha ndi hanefha nga phanḓa.
I'm explaining to him that the parties are in agreement that the letter was sent by Norman Mphephu to President Mandela on the 21st of November 1998, a week before the installation.
Kezvo upfi riko masiya uti hapa riko tenderana zvauri lingwalo lorumeliwa ngabo Robert Mphephu kamu president nga datum heyo ambiwo ya 21 za November 1998. Norman Mphephu.
Yes.
By Norman Mphephu.
By Norman Mphephu, yes.
Yes.
On behalf of the Royal Council.
Wo imela Royal Council.
And
It's not agreement with regard to the representation. This, whether Norman Mphephu was acting on behalf of representation, it was canvassed. There's no agreement on that.
But you agree that the author
It's Norman. Yes. That's it.
might have been the friend of principal says.
Yes, there was cross-examination wherein David disputed that they gave him instruction to write the letter. Is that right?
as the court please note, the important thing is the letter, there's also is agreement that the letter was sent and the letter was received. That's part of our pre-trial agreement.
And the author.
Yes, yes. So you can ignore the part about the Mphephu Royal Council. When the letter talks about installing the brother to the late Mbanyika, it is referring to you, not so.
Zvino musi lingwalo apa ka lingwalo chaambiwa zvaupfi huko jeniswa kana zvaujenisa muratu wa mutahapu vodhimbanyike ubokwambiwa vone tiri. Yes.
And when the letter refers to the rightful child, they're referring to the applicant, Masindi Mphephu.
Musi lingwalo lichiamba nga mwana otewawo lova likwamba nga Masindi.
Atiko kono bona dzina la Masindi apa no ngori na vodhimbanyika baba na vana vanje.
I am unable to see Masindi's name here because the late Dimbanyika had many children.
Yes. But we've seen that it seems to be accepted by the only one that's older than her. He's filed an affidavit in these proceedings to say he's got no interest in the proceedings.
Zvo bonala uri muhulwane unaye wadoamba pari zvezviri kati riko bvela pamba asumbedza uri ene hana dzangalero.
So in all likelihood what they're talking about here is Masindi Mphephu, and I put that to you.
Zvino ngakona dzote zviyambori mwana anokwambiwa ngai apa ndi Masindi.
Araba kuzvibya ngoraro khamne ndiko jia zwezvo.
If you say so, then I'm in agreement with you. I take it.
There were some senior members of the Mphephu Ramabulana who did not agree with the fact that the applicant's fundamental rights were being infringed and the installation was going ahead.
Vana mimwe miraḓo mihulwane ya muṱa wa Mphephu Ramabulana veva sitende zvauri pfanelo dza applicant dzo kandikanyiwa kana adzingodzhielwa nṱha va bvela phanḓa na installation.
Ndi zwone ndo no ḓisumbedzisa uri vhuhosi nga Tshivenda hupfi vhuna ko uvangiwa.
It is true, I have already indicated that in Vhavenda, the chieftaincy it's worth fighting for. The issue of chieftaincy is worth fighting for.
And David Mphephu and Thompson Muvango had become the driving force behind supporting you against the applicant.
Zvino vo David Mphephu na vo Muvango vo va vone ve va khwalasambi kana vo rangaphanḓa kha fhungo iḽi noni la u topola vone kana la u dzhenisa vone.
Nga Tshivenda vhuhosi vhu dzheniswa nga khadzi nne a thongo dzheniswa nga vho Thompson Muvango na vho David Mphephu. Ndi makhotsi mula na dzikhadzi vho rangiwa phanḓa nga vho makhadzi vho Phophi Mphephu.
In Tshivenda, a chief is identified by cards. So I was not identified by Mphephu and Thompson. I was identified by the Kazi, and it's the issue of the Kazi and Makoti Munene. So I was identified by the Kazi, Wopopi, who led the delegation.
The author of the letter, as well as the 4 gentlemen listed in paragraphs A to D of the letter, took steps to try to stop an injustice from being done to the applicant.
Zwino muṅwali wa liṅwalo kana wa luṅwalo na hava vhaṅwe vhanna vho sumbedziwa hafha kha liṅwalo heli vho lingedza vho ita ndingedzo dza u thivhela uri hu songo itwa hezwi zwine zwa si vhebula mukana.
Ndi apfa zwi tshi mangadza uri kha havha vhathu ngori vho ri ndi muimeli afha no vho ri ndi vhala heḽi ṅwalo havha vho Toni Mphephu vha dovha vha hone kha Royal Council ya Maravele ine yo vhone ndi vhone muthu a vha khou amba uri hu fono dzhena nṋe.
It surprises me because you told me to go through this paper. So this one, Toni Mphephu, it surprises me because he's also there in that the rebellious group. So the rebellious group that wanted me to succeed. So he's also there. He's also part of that group.
Well, he must have realized that he made a mistake. He must have realized that he made a mistake if that is so.
Bangabo zibonore boita pause.
From the fact that he sent the letter. As I understood what the witness was saying, he was saying Toni Mphephu was part of the rebellious council that appointed him, and therefore that there's an inconsistency. What I'm saying is that the inconsistency can be explained.
Astonished.
Yes.
Thompson was rather one of the people who you call it a mistake. Why do you say that?
Because he's writing a letter. He's writing a letter which is saying that something has been done wrong here and needs to be addressed.
These are going to make you own personal views, both sides, evidence. The big concept is rather far-fetched. You say he must realize the meanings.
I don't want to get into a debate about it. My own view is that it would be a legitimate response, but let's not.
Let's focus on the evidence.
If we can then move on to the Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims, the Hlapo Commission. You know about the commission I'm referring to.
Is it here?
No, it's some new topic that I want to talk about.
Oh, okay. Casual kwa kai ngo topic hapa ya nga commission ya Hlapo.
You must remember the Hlapo Commission.
By umbula msila commission Hlapo commission.
Ndike umbula.
Yes, I do.
And it included some of the country's top customary law experts. So.
Kayo yo katela na mingwe milayo boya mangwe ma shanguni ma.
Ndizona.
Yes.
And it was that commission that confirmed the kingship of the Mphephu Ramabulana as the line of descent that was the kingship for the whole of Netherlands.
Ndiyo ne commission ye ya do ambanga commission ye ya do ambanga line ya buhosi kana buhosi bulwane alushaka ulwa Mphephu Ramabulana lwa Vhavenda.
Ndizona.
Correct.
If I can ask you to have a look at the Exhibit 1, the applicant's trial bundle, at page 100. Exhibit 1, applicant's trial bundle, page 100.
This one.
Page 100.
Yes, we found that.
Is the court pleased? We see from that document that you in fact brought the claim for recognition of the existence of the kingship and queenship of the Vhavenda nation and to recognize the Ramabulana royal house as the custodian of the kingship.
Zvino riko zvibonapo uyanga zvomwariwa apa uribone boita mbilo hei kana claim hei ka commission hei yapo yauri uyedzedzwe buhosi bulwane apa Venda ka mutaho wa Ramabulana sabone vame babuhosi bulwane yashaka lwa Vhavenda.
Ndizona.
Yes.
And you did so together with David Mphephu.
Woita hezvo vana bu David Mphephu.
Rita nabu David Mphephu remera mtawoto wabusi ya Ramabulana.
Yes, together with Mr. David Mphephu representing the royal family, Ramabulana royal family.
Okay. I'd then like you to refer to a different document. That's Exhibit 3, 8th Respondents Discovered Documents. Exhibit 3, 8th Respondents Discovered Documents. Page 63. Page 63. Yes, it is part of their findings. Lord. Indeed, Lord. The heading is customary law of succession. Page 63. If I can just read to you paragraph 6.1, it says the general rules of customary law of succession are mostly common cause and are based on the presentations made during the hearings.
Zvino afi apa ka 6.1 osombetsa uri mulayo nga angaredza wa hoinoni wa sialala kana customary law zvichikwama ujenisiwa chiduloni kana ujena chiduloni ndi mulayo todhimisa ralo uba wodhisendeka nga butanzi kana nga mambiwa odhisiwaho chipinga chatsengo. It is true.
So the commission based its findings on what was submitted by you and David on behalf of the Mphephu Ramabulana.
Zvino commission hezvi chijia cheyo disendeka nga zvodhisiwaho kayo ngavone nabu David Ramabulana.
Commission ichijia cheyo iwe disendeka nabo David Mphephu riva roya ratoda vadivi na dzihistorian na vatu vomwaro dzibuku rara disendeka ngazvo riva risongo disendeka nga muhumbulo une rine rava rinawo.
Yes, when we go to the commission, myself and David Mphephu, we first consult the historians, the experts and the authors, then we rely on what they tell us.
Thank you. Then we are looking now at the Commission's findings. As you see, they are dealing with the customary law of succession, and they say at paragraph 6.1.1.
Kazvo rikosedza zvemawanwa a commission sazvo zvevasumbedzisa zvone rikwaya paka 6.1.1.
Customary law of succession is based on a system of male primogeniture.
Hapfi mulayo uyu noniwa zva mvero kana wa zva chitu ndi wasiyalala ndi mulayo une wakwama zva ujenisiwa chiduloni kana zva ujena chiduloni uva usedziwa maitele aya noni a tanje ngamamba katungo ya vatu vambeu ya chifumakadzi bachinani.
Mulayo unoni une wava hapa noni wojenisa tanje autova mulayo une hafi uva umwe na umwe rine Mphephu Ramabulana ndione une rava rosedza muthu wa tshinnani.
This set of the system of male primogeniture, it's not being practiced all over or everywhere, but in the Mphephu Ramabulana, that is where we practice this.
Okay. Then what I suggest to you is that it's really, and we can confine it to Mphephu Ramabulana, it's the fundamental basis upon which the system of succession to traditional leadership positions works.
Zvino musi rosedza muta wavo usini wa Mphephu Ramabulana zvino ndi system kana ndi maitele ane ashumisiwa ngeni mutani wa Mphephu Ramabulana
ndi ane shumisiwa usvika khamusi muta wavo usi uchidzula pasi wari ari zwichinje.
This is what is being practiced until maybe when the royal family sit down and talk about changing it.
Okay. Then the Commission at paragraph 6.1.2 deals with the concept of the Zekiso wife.
Ka paragraph 1.6.2 hapa ukuambiwa ngaha Zekiso kana mutanuni wa Zekiso.
And they describe her as the wife chosen by the royal family to bear the heir to the throne.
Ataluswa ngauri ndi mutanuni ane atiwa kana akhetiwa nga muta wa buhosini uri ade abdule chiduloni.
Ndi zwone vorangaphanḓa nga makhadzi we a dzhena na khosi ya tshifhinga tshecho.
It is true, led by the Makadzi who was installed together with the chief of that time.
If we look at page 64, what it is saying is that the Zekiso wife or candle wife is, paragraph B at the top there, the wife whose lobola has been paid for by the royal family, or with the cattle which married the Tovele's sister, in brackets, Makadzi.
Zvino hapo chikuambiwa zvezvo zva mutanoni wa Zekiso hapa kabhiya sumbedza zvauri mutanoni ane ava omarwa being paid by the royal family omarwa nga muta wa buhosini ngapedza kana kholomo dzomumalawo dzitewo va dzikholomo dzomalawo khaladzi athovele.
Ndi zwone.
Yes.
And in paragraph C, it's pointed out that the Zekiso wife will be the most senior of the wives of the Tovele.
Zvino paragraph C yasumbedza uri mutanoni wa Zekiso ndiye ane ava mutanoni muhulwane kha vatanoni vavo Tovele.
Mutanoni wa Zekiso.
The most senior of the wives of Tovele. The most senior.
The Zekiso will be treated as the most senior wife.
Mutanoni wa Zekiso udofarwa sa ine mutanoni muhulwane wa Tovele.
Mufumukazi wa Zekiso hatufarwa sa ine mutanoni muhulwane wa Tovela. Tovela vakono vana mufumakazi wavo muhulwane mara zvapambana nga dzindu na Zekiso.
The Zekiso wife is not to be treated as the most senior wife of them all, because the chief might have his own senior wife, but they differ according to their houses.
Before you, just for clarity, in relation to this Mphephu Commission's finding at page 64, said that the wife whose lobola, that is in reference to his wife, the wife whose lobola has been paid for by the royal family or with the cattle which married the Tovela sister. So in some instance we had as if somebody was saying the cattle exactly is advanced by the community.
Cash. Digital.
By the community. To your knowledge, is it paid for by the royal family or with the cattle which married the Tovela sister?
Cash. ndichitelo bviselo khagala nga maanḓa ro sedza hafha kha B waambiwa nga mufumakadzi ane hu khou ambiwa nga wa dzekiso uri u tea u vha o malwa nga kholomo nga royal family nga kholomo dzo malaho khaladzi ya thovhele fhedzi huna ro vhuya ra pfa iṅwe nyambo i tshi khou pfi kholomo dzi vha dzo bva kha community dzo mala mufumakadzi wa dzekiso zwino u ya nga nḓivho yavho ndi zwifhio?
Nga nḓivho yanga mufumakadzi wa dzekiso u vha o malwa nga kholomo dze dza mala makhadzi we a fuka na khosi.
According to my knowledge, the Dzekiso wife is married by the cattle, the cattle that married the Kazi who was coronated together with the chief.
Kana zikholomo zonobva kha muta wa vhuhosi hono.
Or the cattle coming from the royal family of that chieftaincy.
Arali hezwi zwivhili zwi siho ba muta wa vhuhosi vha vhidza mutangano wa community vaya vha ṱoḓa edzo dzikholomo dzaya dza fhiwa muta wa kona u dzi isa u tshi nga khou bva kha muta wa vhuhosi.
In absence of these two, the royal family calls a meeting for the community, and the community will the community will contribute the cattle and they will give them to the royal family. The royal family will use the cattle as if they are coming from them.
Okay, thank you.
As the court pleases. And what I put to you is, at the part of that sentence, if we go back to B, that the judge present has been discussing with you, if we look at the part of the sentence before the word or, it says paid for by the royal family. Payment there can only surely mean payment of cash.
Zvino hapa richisedza I sentence ane parubirira kha B futi hapa ya ḓo ri or kana ya ri kana zviamba zvo repayment hino kwambiwa zviamba repayment ni yaitiwa nanga tshelede.
Cattle comes after the word or, so it can be paid in cash or it can be paid with cattle.
Kholomo dzo ḓa nga murahu ipfi kana zviamba zwi badeliwa nanga cash nga masheleni.
U badeliwa nga kholomo.
They use cattle.
We will have to agree to disagree about that. Let's move on to paragraph 6.1.7.
Artendela no satendela na kale lope zikarie pambarie ka 6.1.7.
Here the commission says generally the new king is the firstborn son of the Tzekiso wife. He only assumes traditional leadership upon the death of his father.
Zvino avo upfi zvoraroi khosi ntsva itea u vha ṅwana wa tanje wa muṱanoni wa dzekiso u tea u thoma mushumo wawe wa vhurangaphanḓa sialala musi mativha a tshikha a muṋe wawe.
So this sentence confirms the rule of male primogeniture that we've been talking about.
Zviamba zvori hoyu mutaladzi u khou khwaṱhisedza hezwiḽani zwa u vheiwa ha muthu wa tanje we ra ri khou amba ngayo zwo vhea muthu wa tanje wa tshinnani zwe ra ri khou amba ngazwo.
Ndi zwone zwine zwa ita ya Mphephu hange hu vheiwa muthu wa munna.
This is the practice at Mphephu because it's male succeeds.
Before you go, if you have, whether you have knowledge as to whether you have knowledge as to how many abortions costs appeared and applied to the Trump Commission, also claiming to be kids of the Vhavenda, who might have given evidence, or who gave evidence before the commission.
Arali vana nḓivho nazwo uri ndi mahosi mangana o yaho u ita vhombilo hangeni kha Nhlapo commission nazwo ndi nnyi we a ḓo ṋekedza vhuṱanzi kana ndi vhonyi vhe vha ḓo ṋekedza vhuṱanzi hangeni kha Nhlapo commission.
Kha mahosi vho ya vha ita mbilo
sorry be vha ita mbilo ya uri vhuhosi yo vhunoni vhulwane ha lushaka ndi havho.
Be vha ita mbilo uri na vhone vha khou ṱoḓa vhuhosi vhulwane kana vhathu be vha khou tikidza mbilo yo itiwa sorry
kha mahosi hafha a Vhavenda vhathu be vha ita mbilo yo uri vhuhosi yo vhuna vhone ndi havho vhuhulwane.
Vhathu vha itaho mbilo na vhone ndi vhathu vha Aravhura vhathu vha Tshivhase, vhathu vha Mphaphuli na vhathu vha Ngona.
Those who made claims also were the Raburas, Tshivhase, Mphaphuli, and the Bangona group.
So there were 4 claimants. They are not.
Baba Ngangomti, we were also in part of this.
So now these findings refer to by counsel. What questions our findings generally which were applicable to all these communities. But then
Jamba zori mawanwa haya ani akwambiwa hapa ngabo muimirira hapo Dotson. Jamba zori haya mawanwa na oni akukwama na aba bangwe babuita mbilo.
Ndibona uri akukwama na aba bangwe babuita mbilo.
Yes, I think they were also affected.
Affected, yes, I'm just saying the reason why the findings were made by the Club Commission was based on the submissions made by other claimants.
Because for mawano oitonga commission ya ntlapo oitiwa hosedziwa hezwi zvo dhisiwa onanga hava vamwe vatu bevava kuita mbiro.
Ndizone.
Correct.
No, I just want to understand.
Is the court, please?
On the basis on which those findings.
Is the court, please? Just to, you might have slightly misunderstood my question about primogeniture. What I say to you is, in respect of paragraph 6.1.7 on page 65, it's not just confirming males only, it's also confirming primogeniture. In other words, the oldest child is the one that inherits the throne.
Apai zviamba zviri uvosakotwambiwa pedzi uri huambiwa ngavatu vachinani pedzi kana vambi vachinani pedzi zviamba hokwambiwa ngautanje.
Ndizvone arali vomakadzi vachiko utatanje namakutsimene vatatanje mara wava na chipinga chine tanje la disqualifyiwa kha vuhosi.
It is true if vomakadzi identifies a firstborn, there is a circumstance whereby, or rather, yes, the firstborn will be disqualified to succeed.
Yes, but there's a special circumstances. The norm is that the oldest child succeeds. That's the normal way that it works.
Pedzi handizvone because zvifa zvo disqualify wapedzi murayo ndiwauri uchana tanje.
Autowana murayo woti ufi ujana tanje.
Maitele ndi auri ujana tanje.
Usedziwa vana vothe vane baba vachikobva kha mfumakadzi wa zikiso.
There is no
autowana murayo.
There is no norm that only the firstborn. They check all the children from the Zekiso wife. There's no norm. I can give you an example if you want.
Well, what I'm trying to put to you is not to ask you for an exception. I'm asking you to talk about the general rule, what mostly happens. Mostly happens is that it's the oldest child who succeeds. That's the norm.
My colleague is continuously saying that the general rule is the eldest child, and the commission has made it the eldest son. So now he seems to come with eldest child, which is not based on what the report is saying.
What is the right of
Well, the difficulty was that when I first put the question, he said, yes, the males succeed. I'm trying to tease it out. I'm trying to say, yes, I accept the Commission's approach was that it's only males succeed. There's no debate about that, but I'm trying to focus on the primogeniture part of it. But it seems I've taken it as far as I can. I don't think that we're going to get any closer, and we can deal with it now.
the commission uses Mr. Murdoch, is it a child or baby?
It says generally.
Son.
It says generally the new king is the firstborn son of the Tsekiso wife. He only assumes traditional leadership upon the death of his father. I accepted the Commission's approach was male primogeniture, but I was trying to debate with the witness because he initially focused on the male part. I was trying to debate the primogeniture part, but I'm happy that we've taken that debate as far as we can, and to move to my next proposition. What I also point out to you, and you're entitled to comment on it, from 6.1.7, is that he says the king assumes traditional leadership upon the death of his father. There's no suggestion that he waits for the inauguration ceremony.
Zvino zvine ndakho to doba budzai vanga di commentary vachinga takairo commenta hapa usumbidzwa upfi khosi imbodiya phanda na mushumo hapo arali matiba okha ibvela phanda na mushumo wa buranga phanda awungosumbidzwa upfi ibvela phanda nga muramusi yono rwelo tari
khosi zwine ndavha ndi khou ḓivha zwone zwine zwa itea nga maanḓa ngauri ri khou ambesa nga Vhusi Mphephu Ramabulana fhano i bvele phanḓa nga u shuma nga murahu musi yo no rwelwa ṱari ndi zwine zwa itea zwa itea Mphephu kha nṋe na vhudimbanyika ho itea zwezwo.
What I know is because we are talking about the Mphephu chieftaincy, the chief assumes to work after the coronation. That is, we are talking about the Mphephu chieftaincy here. This is what happened between me and the late Wodimbanyika.
What I suggest to you is that as soon as the king has been identified in the customary way, and the king has died, that's the moment that he has the status of king.
Zvino zvinenda kuva kudza ndifungo lauri uya nga maitele kana nga mulayo nga maitele hezwi musi matiba achika hono topoliwa muthu ano kotea vha khosi zviamba zvari imbo ḓi toma na mushumo wayo
ange ya Mphephu Ramabulana ari nazo.
We don't have such at the Mphephu Ramabulana.
We can then go to page 65. Paragraph 6.2, it says, and this to some extent I think will answer the question that the Judge President had put to you. It said, however, the claimants are at variance as to which customary practices are resorted to in the event of the above customary rules of succession failing to provide an heir.
Hapa zvinasumbidzwa upfi ava dzi claimants kana vathu vavoita mbilo vana zvopambana zvine vangamba uri uya nga mulayo hoyo wa maitele avo kana nga maitele avo arali hayo maitele okundelwa ungawana muthu ananga jena chiduloni vokundelwa ungamba uri vokundelwa uamba uri hutea ujena kana vokundelwa uwana muthu ane atea ujena sa mulaifa.
Did you accept that? That there was variance between these groupings as to...
Okay. Bari hapa huko kava vathu vavoita mbilo vova na zvine vamba zvisafani kana zvopambanawo musi osedzwa hezvi zvauri arali hushumiswa customary law ifio kana mulayo ufio maitele afio arali hezvi zvosumbidzwawo zvokundelwa ungadhisa kana ungavawanisa muthu ananga jena chiduloni vokundelwa vamba uri vangashumisa zvifio kana voamba zvisafani zvopambanawo.
Ndi zwone ramba zvisafani ngori dzindu hedzino nidzopambanana ende ri fanira zviumbona zvori namusi ri apa noni ka commission rothe ri khou ṱoḓa tshidulo tshi tsha vhusi vhulwane zwiambori rothe ri ḓavha ri khou amba zwithu zwine zwa ḓavha zwi khou nyogo ima na nnḓu yayo asi zwoṱhe zwine ra ita zwone zwa fana.
Indeed, we were at variance because you will remember that all of us, we were making claims for this kingship. So we are not doing the same practice. We are not doing it the same way. So we do our own way. They've got their own way.
Okay. And then the commission deals with the Mphephu Ramabulana their way at paragraph 6.2.3. That's on page 67. And on the pages that follow. So there the Commissioner starts by describing 3 categories of wives. And then if you turn over the page to 68, it says, the Zakiso house may be passed over in the following circumstances.
Hapo ka B ka page 68 opi ndu ya Zekiso ingapfukisiwa ngapasi ya nyimele dzitevelaho.
And then it says 1, if the Zakiso wife misbehaves.
Ya utoma yari arali mutanuni wa Zekiso asina vudifari yavudi.
2, if the sons of the Zakiso wife have committed gross misconduct, for example, having intimate relations with one of the Tuvela's wives.
Chavuviri afi arali mumwe wa vana va mutanuni wa Zekiso oita vukhakhi vuhulwane thamusisa tsumbo uvana vuxaka chihulwane na mumwe wa vatanuni va Thovele.
And then 3, in the event of a disqualification of the Zakiso house, the sons from the other houses become eligible.
Zvino kha chavuraru afi kha nyimele inei vana va mutanuni wa Zekiso wani wa vasongoteya kana vo disqualifyiwa mumwe wa vana va kha dzin'we nndu uyava otewa.
Do you want to comment on what the Commission said here?
Huna zwine vangaba nga zwe commission yamba pa.
Zwe commission yamba zwa vukuma ndi zwone.
I concur with what the commission, with the
then if
recommendation.
Back to your and David's affidavit in the court case, we will see that you essentially say the same thing, but let's go and have a look there. If you can go to the High Court record.
Okay, my lord, leave to sit. Oh, okay. Scott, please. Scott, please, my lord.
Practice of kitchen. So you can turn to volume 2-2, page 401. So it's 2-2, page 401. Paragraph 285.2 and 285.3. So what you and David said there is, in short, the second applicant is very mistaken in thinking that there could be more than one Zakiso wives. I've submitted that in all African traditional royal families, only one Zakiso wife or Kangal wife is married by the family to produce an heir to the throne. In the event that the said house, in other words the Zakiso house, fails to produce an heir, the Mphephu Ramabulana custom allows the reigning Qadzi appointed with the said king, and further in the event that there are other wives, houses of the late king with children, to identify one of the children of those houses, qualifying that to be the king. You could translate that sentence by sentence.
Zvino hapai api bone na bo David bo sumbetsa zori ka 285 2 hapa yasumbetsa zori nga upfupi padza. Where did you start?
285.2 I started. 285.2.
Mu second applicant kana mu mbeli wa bubili ova hango to zvihumbulisa zvone musi achihumbula ngari huva na vatanuni va Zekiso vane vapera mutihi ndosumbedzisa zvauri uyanga maitele a muta wa vuhosini kana mita ya vuhosini huva na mutanuni mutihi pedzi wa Zekiso omalonga muta uri ade abebe khosi kana jene chiduloni abebe khosi no jena chiduloni cha buhosi hapa ka 2853 yari kanyimele ine ndu yakundelo udisa mu life kana muthu anongoteyo jena chiduloni nga maitele a Mphephu Ramabulana atendela zvauri khadzi ikopusawo ye ya topoliwa kana yabeiwa na khosi arali husina in the event that there are other wives. Arali huna dzimwe dzindu kana huna vamwe vatanuni, heyo khosi isicheho vana bayo. But ite utopo to identify one of the children of those house. Uri utopolo mwana mutihi anobva kha edzo dzindu kana khandu ine yava yotiwa ya khosi.
Ndizona.
Correct.
And essentially, what David is saying here is the same thing as what the Commissioner was saying.
Zvavudi zvinevo David vakuzvisumbedzisa apa zvifanana zvianana nazvoambiwa nga commission. Ndi zvithu zvitina ivila zvoambiwa nga commission.
Zvipyo zvamuronyama.
Hezvi zvevo David vazvisumbedza apa zvikofanana nevila zvoambiwa nga commission.
Yachada zo commission yamba zvifire.
I don't remember what are there.
Well,
What the commission said?
We've been through it, so don't worry about it. But what we're talking about here, if we put it into practice or real life, is if there's a failure to produce an heir, then you look to the other houses, the other non-Zakiso houses, and it's the children in those houses who will succeed.
Pezi zvinezva kwambiwa apa ndifungo lauri arali zvokunderwa maitire alani okunderwa ovakunderisa vathu uri vawane muthu ananga jena chidhurori zviyamba zvoru yasedziwa khaidzi dzimwe dzindu dzavatanuni vane vasive vadzekiso uri ungasiwanale muthu one na.
Ndizone wasedziwa ndu ine yava khulwane zvoyanga kumarere.
Yet
Arali hei ndu yothoma yadzekiso wife isongova na muthu.
yes, it is true they check other houses, but they check the most senior house if there was none in the Zekiso house.
Yes, I accept that. Court will bear with me for a
Because we tend.
If we can then have a look at where you yourself dealt with this issue in your submission. So I'm going to ask you to go to the applicant's trial bundle, a different volume, applicant's trial bundle at page 100 and then 102. It's Exhibit 1, applicant's trial bundle. Page 100. I just want to show you page 100 so that you can see it's your document.
Yeah, we are on page 100.
You recognize the document?
Bambiri vaitiba.
Bambiri indicated.
Yes.
Okay, and then if you can turn to page 102. That's where you start in paragraph 3 to deal with succession. Do you see that?
Ndi wane vatoma apa ka paragraph 3 wamba nga succession. Vakubona msi. Yes.
And then if you can turn the page to page 103, I want to focus on your paragraph 3.3.
Rieka 3.3 apa ka page 103.
And I'll read it to you sentence by sentence for translation. The person chosen to be the king needs not be the eldest son of the deceased king.
All right. Muthu ane atiwa kana aketiwa uva khosi ati uva mwana muulwane wa khosi yodzamawo.
In other words, choosing a king does not follow the principle of male primogeniture with Vhavenda custom.
Ngamamwe maipfi zviamba zvauri uta muthu anotewa vakhosi kana uketa muthu anotewa vakhosi autusedziwa fungo lauri utewa vathamusi aine muulwane kana atanje khapatukana.
For example, it is expected that a king will be born by a Zakiso wife.
Satsumbo ulavelelo uri khosi ibegwe nga mutanuni wa Zekiso.
In brackets, a wife whose lumalo or mamalo has been paid by the father. A wife whose lumalo or mamalo has been paid by the father.
Satsumbo mutanuni kana mufumakadzi ane lumalo ro kana mamalo obhadelwa nga khotsi yawo.
Or by the cattle which married the king's sister, or cattle contributed by the family.
Kana omalo anga kholomo dzomala ukhaladzi akhosi kana dzoitwa dzinobva kha muta.
Now, based on your earlier evidence, what I'm suggesting to you, you are saying here, is that the primogeniture rule applies in the Zakiso house. Even if the Zakiso house is the third wife in line, that's where primogeniture will apply.
Zvino arali ndo ndo sedza vhutanzi havho ha u thoma zwi amba zwori mulayo hononi wa vhutanzi usedziwa nga maanḓa usedziwa kha muṱanoni wa dzekiso.
mulayo hoyu wa vhutanzi arali tanje a tshi qualifya hafhanoni kha dzekiso wife u a kona u dzhenisiwa arali a muthu wa munna.
If the firstborn in a dzekiso house, if the firstborn is a male person, he will succeed.
Okay. I accept that, and especially when we debated in the commission, it was accepted that it was the male person.
Because tanganeza ngamanda musirichi ambange ka khoti ya ndeyo uri utewa muthu wa chinna.
In this court case, from the applicant side, we aren't accepting the qualification male, but for purposes of having the debate about the commission, let's accept that it was male.
Oh.
I also struggling to hear it.
As the court pleases. I agree with what the witness said. What I tried to explain to him, just for the record, is we don't accept the qualification male for purposes of these proceedings. But for purposes of debating what happened at the commission, we must accept that it's male primogeniture.
Kezvo vakori richitera ubvela pamba apa rikutenda zvori atende zvori ukwambiwa nga male primogeniture ndi pungo la uri tanje la muthu wa mbeu ya chinna. Yes.
Okay. The part I want to focus on comes next. The Lumalo story I'll come and talk to you about later in my cross-examination. But for the moment I want to focus on the next part of 3.3, right at the bottom there, which starts, however, if the Tzekiso wife does not behave responsibly or her sons are guilty of a serious misconduct, such as sleeping with their father's younger wives or any other misconduct that is regarded as serious offense by the royal family, then the sons from the other houses become eligible.
In 103?
Bottom of 103, starting with the word however, from the last line. You can just translate from there.
No, I think this is the wrong bundle.
You should be in applicant's trial bundle. Bottom of page 103.
3.3 starts here.
Where it begins with however,
if
the last
the
line.
Tzekiso wife does not, then it
Okay.
proceeds.
It's nice, last sentence. Okay. Yes, yes.
This one.
Kezvo zvino apo vasumbisa zvori pedziya arali mutanuni wa dzekiso ava asina vudifari havudi kana mumwe wa vana vawe kana vana vawe vava vana milandu ifanaho na u edela tshihulwane na vafumakadzi vatuku kana vatanuni vatuku va mune wawe kana vumwe vudifari vusi havudi vune ha dzhiwa sa mulandu hapa mutani wa vhuhosini vana vawe avatei kana avatewi nga u dzhena tshiduloni.
Ndi zwone.
True.
And you're confirming the same thing we've been chatting about. In other words, that the non-Tzekiso house of the deceased king will produce the heir where the Tzekiso house fails.
Kezvo zviamba zvori vakutenda vakukwatisa zvora vari kudhiyamanga zvori arali ndu iyi ya dzekiso yokundelo ubveledza muthu anotea ujena chiduloni vamwe vana vavatanuni vasi vadzekiso uyasedziwa na khavo
uyasedziwa ndu ya vuvili khulwane ausedziwa vana vosini ushuma nga dzindu.
They don't check the children, they check the second most senior house because chieftains deals with houses, not children.
Usedziwa na zori muthu wane omaliwa uchikotebereza mikhwa na maitele na achivenda.
And they also check if that person, when that person was married, whether the Vhavenda customs and culture was followed.
Well, that's a debate for another day.
Kezvo afindi debate yalimwe duve.
What I want to do is to look at a diagram, an example, and I want you to look at Exhibit 10, Example 1, just to understand this. It's Exhibit 10, Example 1. Exhibit 10. It's not in the bundle we were in. It's a separate exhibit. It's the one with the hand-drawn diagrams. Exhibit 10. I can also ask somebody from my attorney's office assists in that regard and tries to find it for your lordships.
If I remember, it was used before to illustrate that
Indeed.
if the first house fails,
Indeed, that's the one.
Who's take place.
You have a good memory.
Okay, yeah, very, very, very. Thank you for the copy.
And it showed off some of our artistic talent.
So, shall we rise now and come to Sure.
Where's the court, please?
That is 2 p.m.
What's on the bullpen?
Hai, ubianga tu. Oh, okay. Robuya. No, kiểu đâu. Ông pun hal. Bisa. Kan gitu loh.
Ande n'amajaji murabanga muri macaro fondo kwezi wamona
Ai, mwana wamachinzinzi. Ndio chimbiza tiketi.
Ndio mwana wakamba.
Everyone ready?
All right.
to interrupt you. You, at the time when we went into lunch break, you were desirous to refer us to an exhibit marked Exhibit 10.
Indeed. It's 2 pages, not 10.
Yes, this represents certain diagrams.
Indeed.
Example 1 and example 2, both of which are ended up in this document.
Yes, the court pleases.
This is it.
Yes, the court pleases.
Would you like to proceed?
If I may. Mr. Mphephu, I want you to have in mind the evidence that we've been going through about the circumstances where there is a failure by the Zikiso wife to produce an heir.
Kesho ndi kotori vele pamba hapo kuzviumbula uri kutanzira ari kwamba ngawapo ndi amusi mutanoni wa Zikiso okundelwa kana hokundelwa ungawana mwana anotea ujena.
And I want you to look at example number 1 and make the following assumptions.
Zvino ndikotori vasedze hapo example number 1 hapo for varimi.
Arali ndu ya Zikiso ya mfumakazi wa Zikiso asongo bana huya aseziwa ndu ya bubiri kulwana ya mfumakazi oitawo maitere ote achivenda autanura.
If the Zikiso wife.
Sorry, I haven't asked my question yet.
Okay. Kesho bari tutu aituba mbudziso yangu.
I'm trying to explain to you this diagram.
Ndi kolingedzo vataluchedza miolo hii kana diagram hii.
And I'd like you to make certain assumptions.
Zvino ndikotodzera kuti assumptions dzinebone vangadziita.
Say that the deceased king has 2 wives. One is Zikiso, one is non-Zikiso.
Kandiri mutabvu vana vatanoni vaviri, mumwe ndi wa Zikiso, mumwe asi wa Zikiso.
So as a result, there is a Zikiso house and a non-Zikiso house.
Ngauralo zvambo dova na ndu ya Zikiso na ndu isi ya Zikiso.
The non-Zikiso house, the woman has 2 sons.
Zvino kahei ine yasive ya Zikiso ndu mutanoni una vana vaviri.
The king dies.
Mativa oka.
And the Zikiso house, which I called house number 1, fails to produce an heir.
Ndu ya Zikiso inenda kori ndi ndu yothoma yakundelwa ubveledza muthu anokotea ujena chiduloni.
On the basis of the evidence that you have been given before lunch and the content of your submission to the Hlapo Commission.
Ro disendeka nga vutanzi vatovunekeza before cha lunchini na zve zvi isa hangeni kha Hlapo Commission.
I understand that it would be the oldest son in house number 2 who would succeed.
Ndiko pfesesa uri hu dova n'wana muhulwane wa ndu ya vuviri anodotea ujena.
Ndu ya vuviri enoni ibva kha uri mufumakazi wone omaliswa hani hotevedzwa maitele na mikhwa ya Chivenda.
The second wife, the first thing that they check whether when this woman was married they followed all the things or the customs and cultures of Chivenda cultures and customs when she was married.
But what I'm going to ask you to do for purposes of this exercise is, if you think there are certain additional customs, assume that those customs have been complied with by both of the wives.
Zvinena tovambela ndi zvauri arali huna zvimwe tamusi mamwe maitele kana mimwe milayo avazvidziwe uri kha ndu dzotedzi otevedziwa.
If we assume that all those customs you're talking about have been complied with, then do you agree with me that the oldest son in house number 2 would be the one that succeeded?
Zvino arali richikozvidziwa uri kha ndu edzi dzote maitele aya vakoamba otevedziwa na mikhwa ine vakoyamba ya Chivenda yotevedziwa zviyamba uri mwana muhulwane hapa ndi ene anotea ujena kha iyi ndu ya vuviri.
Mwana mkahindi ya wibili auto fichi korokoro mwana muhulwani utoyojena mapungo ahumera murau kabo makazi na zikazi na makutsi munene vaya basezori maitere na mikwa zone zoitiwa nakapakandu ako nujena.
It is not automatic that the eldest child is supposed to succeed because it goes back to the family, to zikazi makutsi munene, and check if all the customs are complied with, then he will succeed.
So, subject, if we assume that all of the customs are complied with, then he will succeed.
Oh, zviamba zvauri arali uri maitele otevedziwa uyajena. Yes.
Let's turn then to example number 2 on the next page.
Ari eka example ya buviri hapa kasi atarieni.
You have a king.
Hapa ungaro kosikuru hapa nta.
The king has a wife in one house, but she is not a Zekiso wife.
Kosikuru ina mutano ni muti dunia yeneyo asiwa Zekiso.
She has 2 sons.
Unabana babili.
And she's complied with all of the other customs.
Otevedza mangu maitele ote.
What I suggest to you is that there too, the oldest son will succeed. And the reason I say that is that house number 1, this house in example number 2, this house in example number 2 is the same as house number 2 in the first page.
Zvino zvinenda kuzvisuggesta kabone ndi zvauri zviamba zvori mwana muurwani wa hapa uyatea ujena ngani ngauri ndichikoralo ngauri hei tsumbo ire hapa hei ndu iba ikufana na ndu ya buviri hapa ka example yothoma.
Hapa noni ka hii example ya buviri kosi ichi jenisiwa ifono vana mufumakazi wa Zekiso hakono vana dzidzi dzimwe dzinto arali kosi ya jena isongo vana mufumakazi wa Zekiso zviambori vuhosi hwahumera murawo haya kachitanga cha kosi yave kubusa arali.
Regarding example number 2, when the chief is coronated, he's supposed to have a Zekiso wife, but if there is no Zekiso wife, it's the chieftaincy will go back to the family and they will go to the house where kachitanga chipio
che kosi hii yotsama yaba bayosezero una mumuntu na apa kechi chitanga che kosi yaga kubusa.
They will check from the house of the former chief, the chief who passed away or rather who died, whether there is someone that they can find there.
What I'm suggesting to you is that makes no sense because there is no logical difference between house number 2 on the first page and the house on the second page.
Zvino zvinenda kuzvisuggesta kabone kana zviamba kabone ndi zvauri azvituva na ndunje hezvi zvitu kana azvitupfara ngauri ahuna pambano ka hindu na ndu ya buviri hapa ka example ya uthoma.
Kanne uyanga Vhavenda ziyapfara nori yavari kuzvipfesesa na zuri dzindwe dzinoni dzichidai dziva dzichikodera uri arari kamufumakazi wa Zekiso wife arari humwe hapa noni weitora maitere na mikwa ya Vhavenda zviyakonokona dzaya ndikapana zi example dzapethu hune wodiva na vafumakazi yavo noni mara vana vaone vopedza vasangojena.
It makes sense to me because when checking the customs and the vendor culture, where there's no Zekiso wife, the children will end up succeeding because I even gave you the examples. I can also give you the examples of the children who succeeded.
But you talk.
Just say the children where there was no Zekiso, not where there was Zekiso.
Oh, when there was no Zekiso, yes, then the other children will succeed.
I'm not sure if I'm fully following your answer, but what I'm suggesting to you, you may be agreeing with me, that in example number 2, and let me just put this to you, you can't say that there has been a collapse when there is in fact a person who qualifies logically in that king's house in example 2?
We can't say.
That there has been a collapse. In that example 2, in that king's house, when there are children there to succeed.
Zviamba zvori vangasikoni wamba uri huna collapse kana ndu heyo yo wanga ngeno huna vana vane vangajena hapa ka example hey
ka hey example yeno nyando example 2 musi.
Are you referring to example 2?
Yes.
Ka example 2
rina nga buhosi ya Tshivenda khosi ifono uva na dzekiso arali heli dzekiso lasava na lasava na mukorolo kana muthu ane ado replace khosi na avaone riya rasedza muta wono tevelapo ausoko va musadzi muṅwe na muṅwe ngori vhaṅwe vha vasongita maitele na mikhwa ya Tshivenda.
According to the Venda customs, the king or the chief supposed to have a dzekiso wife. And if that king does not have a dzekiso wife, we go to the other house. We don't just go to any other house. And we check whether that woman performed all the customs. We don't just go to any other house because we check if they performed these other customs and cultures of
Asavana khosi ivanga khosi nge ya vana dzekiso ya vana mfumakazi wa dzekiso.
A king is called a king because of a dzekiso wife, if he has a dzekiso wife.
And what I put to you is that in fact, on the basis of all of that evidence that you and David gave in your affidavits, as well as the evidence that you gave to the Nhlapo Commission, this house in example 2 should succeed.
Zvino ndikovabudza uri uyanga butanzi hebone nabo David vakusombedzisa pala kati affidavit nazve vaisa hangeni ka Nhlapo Commission zviamba zvori heinoni hapa kandu ya buviri hutea uva na muthu ane atea ujena ka example he ya buviri zviamba rutea uva na muthu ane ajena ari rodisendeka nga butanzi burekadzi affidavit nazve vaisa ka Nhlapo Commission.
Ahutopfi ndi chikorokoro chori hoyu muthu ufona jena arali udo jena arali heli uri dzekiso wife usongo wanara muthu mara hono ni muṅwe wa ndu aisoko va ndu imwe na imwe.
It is not
imwe ndu ifona va indu ina yoitaho mikhwa na maitele ine vo makhadzi vathu mai vadzula na makutsumulane vai vasedza uri oyu muthu oita zwithu zwiṅwe na zwiṅwe na.
It is not automatic that he has to succeed. If indeed there is no dzekiso wife, they will first check. They don't just go to any house. They check the house first and they sit down with Makoti Munene and the Kadis whether this one performed all the customs that are supposed to be performed.
Okay, and you're speaking now about example number 2.
Oh, okay.
The interpretation said if there's no dzekiso wife, he said if there's a dzekiso wife, then there's a dzekiso wife and there's no successor in dzekiso wife. So the interpretation seems to suggest that there's totally no dzekiso wife. So I think the answer is long, and maybe the interpretation must stop, interpret, so that the answer can come here.
Scott, please, my lord. Scott, please. Bori arali husina dzekiso kana dzekiso bori husina dzekiso kana bori mini kombera upirisiwa palani.
Nezvino ndakwamba zvone ngamaitele a Tshivenda vuhosi riamba richamba nga vuhosi hufona va huna dzekiso wife kosi ifano malelwa dzekiso wife
chipida choteverawo chari mini
ritsatu sedza abri ndizvenga ndiri ine vona kuti kunosvesa zvone ritsatu tomonosedza hedzi dzimwe dzindu ndori uri huye usedza dzimwe dzindu riya rasedzana oyu kosi iyi ova ana dzekiso wife na rari ukosi ova sina dzekiso for wife ngachivenda chimwe vomakadzi vade avasedza vana vo sina dzekiso wife vuhosi hohunoni vuhumela murawo.
Okay, we check other houses. Bomakadzi will go and check that there was no dzekiso wife. Then the chieftaincy goes back. if there is no Zekiso wife. Ndizvone zvevamba.
Ndizvo.
Yes.
There's one thing that the witness mentioned just now that is very confusing, and that is that he said that the king is not the king of the story, unless he has a Zekiso wife.
Kezvona zvevamba zvinonga zviadhadhisanyana zvauri kosi ndi kosi nga Zekiso wife.
Kosi ndinovakamsirisa kuti uzviya zvakuti.
Maybe I did not put it well.
Kosi ichijeniswa vuhosi ifano umalerwa Zekiso wife ifano vana mufumakazi wa Zekiso.
When the chief is installed to be a chief, they must get a Zekiso wife for him.
Akono vana vamwe vafumakazi vane vava vocheka voito mikhwa na zvithu zvina zvaitea muthu achimara mufumakazi wa khosi mikhwa na zwithu zwezvo zvonaka zvotanura na zwithu zvina zvaitiwa nga vuhosini. Arali khosi yava isongomalirwa kuZekiso wife mativa aha wahumelwa murahu haya hasedziwa hange murahu.
Then he would have other wives, those who performed these other customs, those that are done when one is married for the chief. So, but if there is no Zekiso wife, when there is no Zekiso wife, they go back to the other house.
Ringa imwendira khosi ichimarerwa Zekiso wife asikanji uchinga wanori hedzi dzimwe dzindu dziko itiswa mapungo outanura mikhwa na mvelele ya Tshivenda ufona thoma hava ukupfuka hezwi noni.
When the Zekiso wife is married for the king, it is not they don't always do this or rather perform these other customs, these other women, but they first concentrate on this one. They first concentrate on Zekiso.
What I put to you, because I'm getting confused by your answer too, but what I put to you is that there is no requirement for a person to be a king that he has to have a Zekiso wife.
Zvino zvinoenda kuvabudza ndi zvauri auna thodheya yauri uri muthu ave kosi utea uva na mutanoni wa Zekiso.
Thodheya iyati yovaona.
There is supposed to be a requirement.
Well, that's the first we've heard about this in all the weeks of evidence about this. And I put it to you. So,
Please speak louder.
I beg your pardon. I put it to you that is the first that we've heard of that requirement in all the weeks of the evidence that we've seen to this case. And I say to you that you're wrong. There is no requirement to be king. You have to have a Zekiso wife.
Zvino ndiro kutoma riko zvipfa kubva dzivege dziri kati nga case inoni ndiro kutoma riko zvipfa nakadzitanzidzo dzawa panoni zvauri musikosi ichivewo thodheya ndi auri utewa na mutanoni wa Zekiso asi zvo ndiro kutoma riko zvipfa.
Is that fair?
I beg your pardon?
Is that the evidence? Never been, none of the witnesses ever make mention of this requirement. It's an exception.
He's mentioned it. Nobody else has said that a requirement to be or not to be a king is that they have to have a Zekiso wife. I've certainly never heard that.
No. It is that after the installation of the king, the requirement is that he must be married a Kendall wife. Not that before he becomes a king, there must be a Kendall wife first. It's the situation that after installation, the Kazi who is installed with the king or chief will then go out on a hunt for a Kendall wife or a Zekiso wife. That's how we understood it.
Well,
not that a Kendall wife must be found before installation. I don't know if we're getting it wrong.
What the evidence was that the witness gave, and I had exactly the same question in my mind as His Lordship, Mr. Justice Muller. The evidence that came out of the translation, rightly or wrongly, was that you have to have a Zekiso wife to be a king. That was the requirement. And I'm clarifying that. If the witness tells me that that isn't the case, then it's fine, we can move on. And in fact, I've put it to him that it's not a requirement, and he can respond to it, and we can
There
go
was a
on.
request that we replay. I had something to say, a king is a king because of the Zekiso wife. Not that it's a requirement. You can replay here.
still go far, correct?
And let me say, it may well have been said like that. That's exactly, if it was in the words that your lordship summarized, that's how I would understand it. To be a king, there has to be a Tskiso one.
Oh, I hope we just do that.
It is not automatic that the eldest child is supposed to succeed and take if all the customs are in line with, then you will succeed. Arieka example ya bubiri abapasi atariye apa orang kuwa bangsa kosi ina utano ni muti dunia yeneyo atiwatiki una bana bari hotel saya mau main interior
I couldn't hear him.
Are you able to read the
la cosa che sta cavallo di Amazon, una nuova ne va, qui a te un cani da un scolaro la pure, e tu vuoi e gli vai a fare una nuova di hapa sai da un io so. La poi non so poi allora ricordi number 2, when the king colonies is supposed to have so wide, but if they don't make it so wide, the people will go back to the village and they will go to the house where that fellow should continue to come on. They will check from the house of the woman if the children pass away or who died. whether the external or the internal. Ino tunaenda kabisa kesa kama ile ndio kama ile ndio asikubana ndio sana alikupara ngapuri auna pambano kaeni na ndio ya mji hapa kwa example ya utop kama kuja na kitenda ya para ndio ya watu kwa ndio kidali ndio kukodera ara kama kama ndio ara ndio hapo hiyo wa maisha yana mtazamo it makes sense to me because when taking the sample in the end of Africa, where there's no why the children will end up succeeding because I didn't this example of I can also give you the example of the children. When they were not the teacher yet, then the other children will succeed.
I'm not hearing anything. Lord, can according to the end of the custom, the king of the chief is supposed to have a particular wife. And if that king does not have a particular wife, you go to the other house, you don't just go to any other house. And we check whether that woman performs all the customs. We don't just go to any other house. We don't take this thing or this other person and custom. A king is called a king because of the particular wife. A king is called a king because of the Zikiso wife.
Look, you need to look at the Vhavenda translation. The Vhavenda translation, because there seems to be something wrong with the interpretation. If the interpreter can listen to what he says,
That statement in itself should not be construed to be without execution. Because that's not what it says.
I couldn't hear you.
And I said the sentence is not construed to mean that without execution, why is it?
Lord, if we're all in agreement with it, we can move forward.
Unless otherwise, but there was a qualification there. So the qualification was sought arising from the translation. So I think let's get to that point so that when we just continue.
But that's where this problem with the interpretation. I interpret it to say, if the Zekiso did not have a child, and the interpretation said that if there was no Zekiso, then Vhavenda said, if the Zekiso did not have a child.
I think the way forward is let us ask the witness to repeat what he said in relation to the question. The example that he gave. That would be example 2. Am I right?
Yes, but I'm not going to be able to remember my last question about it.
You might remember your own question.
But I can.
But you still remember what you said, sir?
vakatizumbura zvevazviyamba.
ndikatizumbura
Yeah.
ndikazvivana ngamndira yekuti kamchini yangafara.
I can even put it in a better way.
We want to hear what you said before, not the better way.
Kezvo vari kotodopfa zvevazviyamba utomani apalani.
Zvenda amba zvone izvori.
State the principle.
Okay, zvenda amba zvone izvori kosi arali kosi ya ina mufumakazi wa Zekiso wife yakona ubeba kosi.
If the chief has a Zekiso wife, he will give birth to a chief. He will be able to give birth to a chief.
Ngari uba order omaliwa ngori kufinto tovetsa so namba so.
Actually, the other thing is this. Try to be short in the answers to allow the translation to unfold.
Okay.
These are the things that cause us to confuse the Yes. The other thing is, Mr. Person, it looks like even the machine can't pick up the voice.
Pick up my voice.
Yes.
I'll speak up.
Maybe try to push this red button. Yeah, and then try to raise your
As the court please.
Zvine ndakadobola kezo kosi ichijenisiwa
When the chief is installed,
iya todelwa a Zekiso wife
they get a Zekiso wife for him,
uri hoyi Zekiso wife ade abebe kosi
so that this Zekiso wife can come and give birth to the hay.
arali hasava na Zekiso wife
If there is no Zekiso wife,
vuhosi vukumela murawo
then the chieftaincy will go back.
zvino mbusa yava yori arali kuna imwe ndu yayaita maitele na mikwa yachivenda.
Now the question was, if there is other house which performed the customs and Venda traditions,
arikoni upfukela ka ndu ya vuvili ya vuhulu ya kukulwane rathoma nga maitele na mikwa yachivenda risati upedza yezvi zva Zekiso wife.
we don't go to that second senior second house before the senior second house that performed all the customs and traditions before we finalize the issue of Zekiso.
Let me just put this to you, Mr. Mphephu. Assuming example 2 has followed all the requisite customs.
Kariri example ya bubili vho tevhedza maitele oṱhe ano tea u tevhedziwa
excluding Zikiso.
hu songo katelwa na dzekiso.
If the Zikiso marriage fails, there is no logical reason to exclude the house in example 2.
Zwino arali dzekiso lo kundelwa hangeni ahuna zwiitisi zwine zwa nga ita uri he nndu ya vhuvhili i thudzwe thungo.
arali dzekiso ri tshi khou ḓa kha example ya vhuvhili hu tshi khou pfi a hu ngo vha na mufumakadzi wa dzekiso.
If it is stated that there was no dzekiso wife when we come to house number 2,
a ri koni uya u tsheka hedzi dziṅwe dzinnḓu uri vho performa mikhwa na maitele a Tshivenḓa vhuhosi makhadzi na makhotsimunene vha ya vha sedza vha humela murahu kha nnḓu heinoni ya khosi yo dzamaho.
We don't go to these other houses to check whether they performed these customs and Venda traditions. Makoti Munene, the chieftain goes back, and Makoti Munene and the Kadis, they check from this house of the deceased king or chief.
Okay, I think it sounds to me like we're in agreement there. They'll check this house to see whether it's complied with the customs. The house in example 2.
Jambo riba cheka hindu ine yava kha example ya vhuvhili uri yo tevhedzana maitele oṱhe ane ya tea u tevhedzwa.
Ari soko gidimela kha ari kha nnḓu u thoma.
We don't rush to the house.
Ufona uri a tshi dzhena vhuhosini ave na anga kha ḓi ḓa mufumakadzi wawe ha wili kha dzekiso. Ufona malelwa mufumakadzi nga khadzi yo dzhenaho naye nga tshetsho tshifhinga ava dzekiso.
When the chief
soko ariri ngori hango vha na dzekiso ari ya kha nnḓu ya vhuvhili u tanula na maitele oṱhe une itwa a Tshivenḓa.
We don't just rush to the second house. When the chief is coronated, they have to get a dzekiso wife for him by the Kazi and Makotimunene. Wosumbetso uri minifuti. No guma kori ute uwanela mutanuni wa dzekiso.
Kazi yorengwa phanda. Makotimunene azikazi yorengwa phanda nga Kazi yo dzhena na khosi yayo.
Uyo mutodela mufumakadzi wa dzekiso. They have to get to marry a dzekiso wife for the chief, and it's the responsibility of a Kazi leading Makoti Munene and other Kadis to go get the dzekiso wife for him.
Okay.
The Kazi who was coronated together with that chief.
Let's move on. I am going to read to you a list of alleged requirements for succession that are not mentioned in your submission to the Commission.
Zvino ndikovala muteve wa thodea dzine dzava hone dze vha si dzisumbedzisi angeini kana dze dza si sumbedziswe kha Nhlapo Commission.
You did not mention in your submission to the Commission any requirement that the heir must be born after the coronation.
Avongo sumbedzisa kha Nhlapo Commission uri muthu anotea u dzhena u tea u vha o begwa khosi yo no vhewa tshiduloni.
Zwa commission rozwi submit kale ati tshato vana vhutanzi nazwo mara ndi vhona nga rozwi sumbedzisa.
We submitted that to the commission long time ago, but I'm not certain now, but I think we indicated that.
Well, we've been through, in this case, we had the record provided to us, and there is nothing there.
Rotola rina record ya case azhiyo zwithu zwo ralo.
There is no requirement mentioned in your submission to the Commission that the mother of the heir has gone through the utanula process.
Kha zwisho kha commission ahuna zwauri mme a muthu anotea u dzhena vha tea u vha vho ita maitele a u tanula.
Nazwo kha musi zwi dovha songo zwisa ngori ati tshato zwombula zwavhuḓi mara ndi mulayo une wa vha hone wa Tshivenḓa wa u vhea vhuhosi ha Mphephu Ramabulana.
Maybe we did not submit that, but because it's been long, we submitted it long time ago. But it's a custom for the Mphephu chieftaincy. The woman supposed to perform utanura.
Pardon me to ask, what was actually before the Commission? Was it the issue of succession or the identification or determination of amongst the claimants, which one, in which house does kingship fall? I think we should try to distinguish the issues.
Lord, they laid down.
To the best of my recollection, I mean, from the papers we've seen, I think the consideration was about where kingship vests in relation to the claimants in the Vhavenda.
Lord, we've seen a submission that was made to the Commission by this witness, who purported to lay down what the law of succession was. It's got a specific chapter devoted to it.
Well, where can we find it?
And it may be partially in the Rule 53 record and partially here, but such part of it is we have is in the applicant's expert bundle. And I think it starts, sorry, the applicant's trial bundle. And starts at page 100. And we've got the whole of the section on succession. What I'm saying to him is these were left out. The succession part starts at page 102, so it's Exhibit A, applicant's trial bundle.
The scope of the work that the Commission was seized with, the determination of the kingship amongst the claimants who had submitted their claims or who had submitted their representation in contestation of the kingship of the Vhavenda nation as a whole. Paragraph 1.1.
Indeed, Lord, I'm not disputing that, but central to a determination of the issues that they were looking at was to understand what the law of succession was. That's exactly how they came to their determination. They had to look at
of the particular family or these different families who were claiming for that kingdom. Because the succession, in terms of the chieftaincy of a particular clan, it's something else as compared to the succession of the throne of the Vhavenda nation at large.
The witness was saying to the Commission, the kingship belongs to us. This is how our law of succession works. Have a look at our genealogy. Combine those two, and what you get is that the kingship belongs to us. But central to the inquiry is how does their law of succession work? And through the law of succession, they've been able to trace backwards into time, using the genealogy, why they should be the ones who are recognized as having the kingship. And the witnesses realized that. That's why the witness has gone and included chapter 3 or paragraph 3 dealing with the succession of Toni Mphephu Ramabulana.
Yes.
And with respect, I'm entitled to ask him, I want to make a point when I argue the case at the end of the day. If these were requirements for succession, then you would have found, if they were important requirements for succession, one would have found them in paragraph 3.
I was more interested in responding to the submission. There are certain specific exclusions which are traceable from his submission to the Commission. And I'm asking, where can we find those exclusions, if any, from the draft submission? The submissions in the draft under succession.
I'm struggling a little bit to understand. Lord, but the point I'm trying to make is quite a simple one. I'm saying you purported to set out the law of succession. If you were setting out the law of succession and these were pressingly important requirements, you would have said so, and you didn't. And in fairness to him, I need to say to him, if I'm going to argue at the end of the case, if the court says to me I can argue at the end of the case without putting it to him, I'm also happy to move off.
Let's together look at page 103. Under the title of succession, I think it's 3.8. When it starts with the person chosen need not be the elder son of Masindi. I think what was said that is not automatic. In other words, choosing a king does not follow the principle of made primogeniture in the Vhavenda custom. For example, it is expected that the king will be born by a Zekiso wife. Wife whose Lumalo or Malo has been paid by the father or by the cattle which married the king's sister, cattle, contributed. However, if the Zekiso wife does not behave, for this now deals with behavior, behave responsibility, or as sons are guilty of serious misconduct, such as sleeping with their father's younger wives, then this is something else. Then essentially paragraph 3.3 is the requirement of the Zekiso. Now is it what you say it was not included in his submission?
I know I have not put him, and I do not intend to put him, but he didn't mention the Zekiso requirement. I accept that he mentioned the Zekiso requirement.
Okay, but where are the exclusions? We are dealing now, and I'm sorry to interrupt. We are saying there are certain things which he has not included in his submissions.
Indeed.
That prompted me to say that the Mphephu Commission has had its mandate around the determination of where the kingship rests and the recognition of his existence in the first place. So that is why I'm a bit at sea as to what would have been any other exclusion in the face of what is said in paragraph 3.3. Perhaps let me read it to you.
As a court, please. Mr. Mphephu, there was no requirement mentioned in your submission to the Mhlapho Commission that the heir must have gone through a naming or dedication ceremony.
Kha zwe vha zwi isa ngei kha Mhlapho Commission a hu ngo vha na ṱhoḓea ya uri ṅwana u tea u vha o ṋewa dzina o itiwa zwiḽa zwa u thusiwa.
Ndi ngazwo ndi khou ri a tsha tou zwi zwavhuḓi uri ro zwi isa na mara ṅwana a tshi dzhena vhuhosi a ti ḓivha zwo vha khou amba muthu ono vha khosi na.
Yet I am saying I can't remember whether we had that submission, but I don't know whether you are referring to after the coronation.
No, I'm saying there is no requirement that for a person to succeed they must have gone through a naming or dedication ceremony.
Zwine nda kwamba zwone ndi zwa uri a hu ngo vha na ṱhoḓea
in your submission to the Mhlapho Commission.
Kha submissions dzavho dzo yaho ngei kha Mhlapho Commission ṱhoḓea heyi yo vha i siho ya uri ṅwana u tea u vha o itelwa zwiḽa zwo pfhi o thusiwa a kumedzeliwa kana zwiḽa zwo ṋewa dzina.
Ndi Tshivenḓa zwi itiwa ngoralo iwane a ri tsha humbula na zwa uri ro zwi isa na.
It's Vhavenda tradition. That's how they do it. I don't remember whether we had that in our submissions.
And there's nothing in your submission to say that the house of the kingship collapses when the Zekiso house fails.
Kha submissions dzavho a hu ngo vha na fhungo ḽa uri nnḓu ya vhuhosi I yawo arali havha ho wa Zekiso hune a si vhe na Zekiso.
A thi tsha ḓivha na zwa uri ro zwi isa na mara nnḓu I yawa uri vhuhosi vhuye phanḓa vhuhosi a vhuimi.
I don't remember whether we submitted that in our submissions, but the house after the collapse, the house collapses so that chieftaincy can proceed. Chieftaincy cannot remain it cannot be stagnant. It can go on.
And my final proposition to you is that if there were any such requirements for succession, they would have been included in your submission, and you did not do so.
Zvino zvine ndakuvaudzana ndizvauri arali hezvo zvithu zvava zviri hone ka submissions dzavo vova vachidova voita ngauraro.
atichana vutanzi nazvo rozvisana mara chihulwane cherasedza chano chori wova ukutodziwa nazvo pfi ndo khulwane ya vuhosi hulwane ndifhiyo.
I don't remember whether we submitted that. We had that in our submissions, but the most important thing that we submitted was to choose the right house for the kingship. Who is the rightful person for the kingship?
Okay, let's move on to a different topic. I want to talk about the meeting of the 14th.
Sorry, who is the rightful house for the kingship? Sorry.
If we can move on, I want to talk about the meeting of the 14th of August 2010. You know which one I'm referring to?
14th of August 2010.
2010, yes. It's the one where the witness was identified as the king.
Ndi hoyo mutangano where one by the applicant or the applicant.
No, the witness.
Oh, ndi hoyo mutangano wekhawo bone vatiwa uva khosikulu. I remember it.
Now, you and the applicant, Masindi Mphephu, did not attend that meeting, no sir?
Bone na applicant Masindi Mphephu abongova chipida cha mutangano hoyo asizvone?
Ndizvone.
Correct.
And as David and you said in your affidavit, you and the applicant were candidates in that process.
Sa zvebone vazvisumbedzisa zvone navo David Mphephu ka affidavit. Bone na applicant Masindi Mphephu bova vadzi candidates.
Azvikonadzei uri nena Masindi rive kadzi candidates ngori kubebero kwavo rine akufani.
It is not possible that we can be candidates, myself and the applicant can be candidates, because the manner in which we were born, it's not the same.
Well, let's have a look then at page 369 of the High Court record. 369 of the High Court record. I'll give the volume shortly. Volume 2-2.
Page
369, and I'm looking at paragraphs 179 and 180. And let me add, Mr. Mphephu, my learned friend will objectify if my memory is wrong, but my recollection of David Mphephu's oral evidence is that he acknowledged that both of you were candidates.
Arali butanzi ndichikadito zvombura zvakuti apa noni ka mumbulo wanga bo David Mphephu osumbesa ngari bubili abo iwe habo bo baba dzi candidate.
179 and 180. And you can read those paragraphs quietly to yourself, Mr. Mphephu, and I suggest to you on the basis of paragraphs 179 and 180 that you were both candidates.
Kezva ngabara pa 179 na 180 ngauri zvienda kwauza zvondi zvauri bubili abo bo baba dzi candidates.
Chairman of potential heirs to the throne do not attend meeting of their elders. And so in that way, invitation would be immaterial. The invitation to that meeting would be immaterial.
So Lord, I'm not sure if I'm following you, but what I'm saying is, he says the first respondent was not invited and could not be invited, both because he was a child and a potential heir. And then next paragraph says the same goes for the first and second applicants, that's Masindi and Charles Mphephu. They could not be invited because they were potential heirs.
The same goes for the first.
So when I say potential heirs, I'm saying a potential heir is a candidate.
Yes, first applicant is Masindi, then second applicant is Charles. Your point, okay, it's said here that the same experience is meant for the first and second applicant.
Indeed, for the first and second applicant.
So how does that impact on this one? That's what
I just put to him that both he and the applicant did not attend the meeting because they were potential heirs. I used the word candidates though, not potential heirs. It's the synonym I would suggest. I'm happy to change the proposition to potential heirs. So both of you were not allowed to attend the meeting because you were potential heirs.
Bone na Masindi abongotendelwa vachipidza cha mutangano ngauri vova vathu vane navone vawela kha va live kana kha vathu kha va live
rine ari ngo utendeliwa kha uvha tshipiḓa cha mutangano ayo ngauri vathu ve vha khou yo u nanga mu live vo ranga phanḓa nga khadzi.
We were not allowed to be part of that meeting because those who were to identify the heir led by the Kazi.
Vava va khou nanga kha vana va vo Patrick Mphephu na vone u tshamba va vana u khamba vone.
They were identifying from Mr. Patrick Mphephu's children. Vari khamba vone vone.
U khamba na vana vothe va vo Patrick abongo va tshipiḓa tsho mutangano. Vo khosi ku vo Patrick Mphephu.
Yes, they were also to identify from Mr. Patrick Mphephu's children because they too were not part of that meeting.
Masindi arali hu tshi khou pfi kana vana va dimbanyika va identify nga rine varati va vo dimbanyika vana va vo Patrick Mphephu kusikuru Patrick Mphephu ndi mitangano mivili safana.
When it comes to Masindi, she has to be identified by the children of King Patrick Mphephu. So these are two meetings that are not the same. These are two different meetings.
I'm not sure if I'm following you, Mr. Mphephu, but let's leave it and move on. I'll put what my proposition is to you now. We've heard your response. What took place at that meeting is recorded in a minute. And the Supreme Court of Appeal and the Constitutional Court have considered what took place at that meeting, and they have held that what took place there was unconstitutional and unlawful because it was based on criteria that promote gender discrimination.
Zvinoi zvo iteaho hapo angeni Supreme Court of Appeal na koti hela ya ndayotewa vovona zviitwawo zvisibura mukanyi kana zvisiyo mulayoni nga maanḓa ho sedziwa na mulayoni wambiwa wa musi hu tshi to u dzheniswa tanzhe kana wa u prefera uri hu dzheniswe tanzhe.
Nṋe zwe nda vhona zwone kana zwe nda pfa zwone hupfi guvhangano ḽi ḽavha ḽi hone ḽovha ḽi na vhathu vha songo teaho.
What I have heard is that the people who were present at that meeting were wrong people. There were other people who were not supposed to be part of the meeting.
Yes.
You quoted something from the Constitutional Court.
I quoted something from the Supreme Court of Appeal. Yes.
Also yes, and Concord as well.
And the Concord upheld what the Supreme Court of Appeal did decide.
Wanting to draw a response from the legal arising from what has been said by the SCA.
Well, I'm wanting to see whether the witness accepts what took place there, accepts what took place there and what the outcome was, and why the outcome was.
That he accept something from what the court had said.
Yes, I'm asking him whether he agrees that that is what took place, and he understood the question and he's answered and said.
No, he said he had. So this means he doesn't have personal knowledge of the legal issues in the SCA. Is that a fair question? Would that be a fair question?
Well, Lord, I'm happy
That's a legal question.
I'm happy to move off it. I think it is probably a legal question, as the court pleases. Now, that meeting was chaired by the late Kosi Fulumani Peter Kutama, whose brother has testified in this case.
Mo tangano wo rangwa phamba ngawo Kosi Bopumulani Kutama bemuratwa wo dabanekeza butanzi pano phamba khotei. Correct.
And he gave David Mphephu the opportunity to explain what the customary laws are of installing mahosi or kings of Vhavenda.
Vapachikhala bo David Mphephu chauri bataluchedze uri ngamaitele kana ngamulayo wahone zviitiswa hani musi uchijeniswa mahosi kosi kulwani kana mahosi khalushaka lwa Vhavenda. Correct.
And you might want to just then read quietly to yourself paragraph 4 of that minute on page 524. It's 524 of volume 2-3.
Paragraph
4. I understand that you can read English.
Yes, it confused me somehow.
Okay, but if you have difficulty, then tell us, and you want a translation of paragraph 4, please, by all means, you're entitled to that.
I will whisper to the interpreter.
Okay.
Four.
The one in customary laws of installation of installing.
Indeed.
Number 4. Number 4, yeah.
By the way, you said this translation is set before the essay.
Indeed. British.
Yes.
What I'm putting to you in relation to this paragraph is that we have the same problem with David Mphephu as we had with you in your submission to the Inhlako Commission.
Zvino ros sendekanga ni paragraph ndi kotodo babudza zvari rova na thaidzo ngabo David Mphephu na nga zvino dibana thaidzo ngabone kazvo isuwo hangeni kha Inhlako Commission.
David failed to say anything about collapse, about utanula, about child naming, about rules that the child must be born after their inauguration, and so on.
Zvino bo David vokundelwa kana abongo zvitsumbedzisa kha submission dza Inhlako Commission abongo amba fungo nga mafungo aya nonga autanula dedicate wa mwana milayo yene ine mulayo hoyi wauri mwana ote obobegwa muthono bachiduloni. And the first one you said
collapse.
Nanga u collapse abongo amba ngawo kana awandu.
Ndivona uri hezila zwa Inhlako ndonopindura. Zvine ndangapindura hapa ndizori ka minutes ine abaone ndizone bo David Mphephu atikho bona una yaziyamba wona unless arari koziyamba ka nthu ya Tshivenda ngori minutes yoto atina kutanza ndana athongo baphathi wa meeting ndo ba lezine zabona.
I have already mentioned concerning the Nhlapo Commission, but in regard to this, indeed, Mr. David Mphephu did not mention those things unless if he mentioned it in the Vhavenda version. I'm not certain about that because I was not part of this meeting.
Well, the parties have accepted that this is the minute of the meeting. The parties have accepted that this is the minute of the meeting.
Ndikibona ndiyone ya minutes ya mtangano woba hone ya doba ya ba party ya minutes ya mtangano ri nendibe ndobva chiduloni ndiyo ba mkororo.
I can see that these are the minutes of the meeting that was held, and there are also the minutes of the decision that was taken that I be removed from the throne to become a prince.
No, this is where you were appointed as a king.
No, happened you only ever tiwa on a school.
Dizon.
Correct.
And my final proposition to you is that if these things, these requirements that I've listed, were important succession requirements, David would have included them when he spoke at that meeting, and he didn't do so.
Zeno ndikoma kudzazori oyu muteve wa thodea dzine dzaba hone are wo uone zwithu zwa vhuthogwa bo David baba dovha bo zwisumbedzisa kana bo zwiamba kha hoyo mutangano.
Ndingasizwihane kana ndazwitenda nnathongo ba chipiḓa cha hoyo mutangano.
I am in no position to can agree or disagree because I was not part of that meeting.
Okay. Let's move on to another topic.
Ari kaimwe topic.
You were the Ndumi to Dimbanyika.
Bonebo bandumi kamtavu bo Dimbanyika.
Ndizona.
Yes.
The Ndumi is an important person in the leadership structure in Venda custom.
Zvino nga maitere a Tshivenda Ndumi ndi muthu wa vhuthogwa ndi muthu wa vhuthogwa kha maitele a Tshivenda.
Ndizona.
Yes.
The Ndumi is appointed and announced at the time of the announcement of the new king along with the Kadzi.
Zvino Ndumi itopoliwa kana itiwa ya dovha hafhu ya ḓivhadzwa tshifhinga tsha musi hu tshi khou rwela ṱari khosi yo tiwaho na Khadzi.
Ndumi I ḓivhadziwa hu tshi khou vheiwa khosi na Khadzi. Arali hu tshi khou vheiwa khosi khulu ya lushaka lwa Vhavenda a hu ngo ḓivhadziwa Ndumi na Khadzi. Zwi ri vha ri khou amba nga zwithu zwa 1998.
Ndumi is it's pronounced or rather identified when they install Ndumi. When they install chief, they also coronate Ndumi and Khadzi when it comes to chief. But when the king was coronated, there was never any mention of Ndumi and Khadzi.
Yes, I know, and you pointed that out in your evidence yesterday. So let's talk about as though we're talking about chiefs for the moment rather than kings. The Ndumi and the Kadzi are normally chosen by the Ndumi and Kadzi of the king who has just died.
Ndumi na Kadzi vaketiwa nga they are chosen by
the Ndumi and Kadzi of the king who has just died. Sorry, of the chief who has just died.
Ndumi na Kadzi vaketiwa nga Ndumi na Kadzi ya khosi yo dzama. Is that what you said? Sorry. They are chosen by Ndumi and Kadzi of the chief who has passed.
Indeed.
Yes. Casual. Ndumi na Kadzi vaketiwa nga Kadzi na Ndumi vakhosi yo dzama.
Abagori Ndumi na Kadzi vaketiwa khabana vakhosi yo dzama atidiwe.
Are you saying Ndumi and Kadzi are identified by or from the children of the king, the chief who passed away?
No, by the Ndumi and Kadzi of the chief who passed away.
Or by the ndumi and khadzi of the chief who passed away. Ndumi na khadzi vatiwa nga ndumi na khadzi za khosi yozamaho.
Ndumi na khadzi vatiwa nga ndumi na khosi yozamaho.
Vatiwa nga ndumi na khadzi za khosi yozamaho.
Khosi na ndumi na khadzi vatiwa nga makhotsi munane na zikhadzi vorangwa phanda nga khadzi.
Khosi, chief, ndumi and khadzi are identified by makhotsi munene led by khadzi.
Yovewa na khosi yayo.
Led by khadzi who was coronated together with that chief.
I don't think that we are. I think we are all in agreement here. But let's just check. At the moment that the king dies, his khadzi becomes my khadzi, and his ndumi becomes khotsi.
Musimati ba chika ndumi ya heyo khosi iba khotsi munene makadzi khadzi yaba makadzi.
Zvibva kuri chitanga chaone achongofarara na arali chitanga chaone usichena mutu rote rumelera baba kororo.
It depending on that house whether there was no collapse. If there is collapse, we go back to being prince and princess.
Don't worry about collapses. We're not talking about that now. I didn't ask you anything about that.
Kezvo afi vasingovirera ngaizvo ngoti tutuvabudisa ngaizvo zvazvino apa.
The ndumi acts as an advisor to, assistant to, and close friend and supporter of the king during his reign, the chief during his reign.
Afi ndumi mushumo wayo ishuma samueletshedzi mueletshedzi mutusi wa khosi ya chipinga chenecho.
Ndizone no rumiwa.
It is true, even to be a messenger, to be, yes.
By tradition, he's chosen from the king's half-brothers and the khadzi from the half-sisters.
By tradition. Afinga mvelele banangwa bachibva komana kana dzikharadzi dza khosi dzi half-brothers na half-sisters bakhotsi mutiyi.
Zviyakonadzeya ndumi yabva kha muratu wa khosi yodzamaho.
It's possible that the younger brother of the deceased chief can be a ndumi.
Yes, but it's normally a half-brother and it's normally a half-sister.
Pezi kanji huwanzera uba vana vakhotsi yavo zikharadzi kana varatu.
Azvitokombechedzeya khaizvo zvitobva kha vomakhadzi na zikhadzi na makhotsi munene.
It is not a norm. It depends on the makhadzi and makhotsi munene.
Well, let's leave that. There's been lots of evidence, so I don't think we need to debate that. Where you have a half-sister and a half-brother, this is meant to provide a greater measure of objectivity in the advice that they would give to the chief than a direct brother or a direct sister.
Zvino api hezvi uchisedzwa ngamanda dzi half-brothers na dzi half-sisters vakhotsi hosedzwa fungo la ueletshedza ngamanda uthusa na ueletshedza khosi apa huvosedziswa uri thuso khulwane kana ngeletshedzo khulwane ingabva khavo upira hava vane vatova vakomana kana dzikhaladzi vukuma.
Azvitobva ngoralo ngauri na ueletshedza chimwe chipinga vathu vevavo makhotsi munene vono va Vhavenda vada vachieletshedza apa pfamuni.
It is not usually like that or a norm like that, because when it comes to advice, even those who were makhotsi munene, they are now called Vhavenda. They've got the title now. They are Vhavenda. They also give advice here.
I think maybe you misunderstood my question. I'm simply saying that the reason to choose a half-sister rather than a full sister and a half-brother rather than a full brother is they will be more objective.
Pungo ndi lauri tamusimbutso pango depfesa uri pungo lauri ba khethwe dzi half-brothers na dzi half-sisters pungo ndi lauri hupfi vha ḓo shuma nga vhuḓi nekedzeli nga maanḓa.
azwitopfi ri ḓo shuma nga ḓinekedzeli nga maanḓa u tou vha mushumo wa vhoriṋe wa u thetshelesa khosi zwine vha khou amba zwone ra ita zwine vha khou ṱoḓa zwone.
We cannot just say that they will be more objective, but the thing is that is our duty to listen to the chief and do as he wishes.
The Ndumi has a role in the traditional justice system. The Ndumi has a role in the traditional justice system.
Zvino Ndumi ina mushumo na pa criminal justice system kama itele a zwa criminal justice.
No. Customary justice.
Oh, customary justice. Ndumi ina mushumo na pa kama itele a zwa anepa zvinoitwa anepa zwa chitu zwa vhuhosini zwa chitu anepa customary justice ka zwa vhulamukanyi hapo. Oh, Koroni. Is it Koroni? Ina mushumo napa Koroni.
Ndumi aina mushumo hapa Koroni.
Ndumi does not have any role at Koroni.
Well, we're not going to get into debates about this because what I'm putting to you is our version, so you can take it that if you disagree with me, I suggest that your answer is not the correct one. But let's move through it so we don't waste time.
Very pamba risichinye chipinga tigodo rutori chidebate ngazo.
After the Vhavenda, the Ndumi is the second most senior person in the traditional or cultural justice system.
Zvino apaka Vhavenda Ndumi ndi muthu wa vhuvhili second senior from the chief. Oh.
Second senior from the Vhavenda.
Is it Vhavenda as in a title or?
The person, the same as the Kotsi Munene.
Oh, okay. Ndumi is more senior than Vhavenda. Is that what you say?
He's second, he comes after the Vhavenda.
Okay. Zvino ndi zvonene Ndumi ndi uchibva ka Vhavenda khavhulwa ni ridza kha Ndumi.
Ri chibva kha ri ara u tshi to zwi nga tshiimo cha Vhavenda na Ndumi. Ndumi u tou vha ndi khotsi munene. Vhavenda vha vho fara zwa Vhavenda vha ḓa vha tshi advisor havha vha renga fhasi. A zwi tou vha na upfi inyi una tshiimo tshifhio.
If you put it in the Vhavenda way, Ndumi is uka line ya khotsi munene. It's in the level of khotsi munene. Yeah, they are the younger brothers of the chief who's ruling at that time. But Vhavenda is the one who advises all this under him.
Just to make it clear, when I say Vhavenda, I'm talking about the person who was the Ndumi to the last chief before he died.
Zvino ndichamba ka Vhavenda ndi kwamba nga muthu we adova Ndumi pamba musi matiba achira.
Okay, but let's move on. At the time of and before the king's death, the Ndumi and the Kadzi may play an important role in decision-making about the successor.
Zvino afi Ndumi na Kadzi, is it Kadzi or Makadzi? Ndumi na
Kadzi and the Ndumi.
Kadzi na Ndumi, ufiva na mushumo muhulwane hapa kafungo la utopora kana la uta muthu anotea uvakhosi.
Arali vhuhosi ya hone hoya phanḓa hu tshi khou tea u dzhena vhana vhakhosi ye ya vha khou vhusa nga tshetsho tshifhinga ya vha na mushumo une ra tea u ita wone.
Yes, if the chieftaincy is to be continued, if the children of the chief are supposed to succeed, there is a role that we're supposed to play.
Okay. So we agree on something. Then I'd like you to confirm that in the Nhlapo Commission, in your presentation, you made no mention of the Ndumi.
Zvino ndi kotama wasumbitsa apo ri Nhlapo Commission avongo amba chithu nga Ndumi.
Where can we find the trace of the submissions that were made in relation to this specific pertinent issues which you say that not being mentioned?
It was a purely introductory question. I'm trying to get to the point, or the reason why I'm using the submission that was made by the Chavases and not the Mphephu Ramabulana, because they didn't say anything about it. But we can leave it. I'm happy to withdraw the question and go straight to the Chavases.
I want to differentiate what the Chavases had said and other communities had said. It would amount to many websites is that one. Surely, I find it difficult to whether this witness will remember or as the things he said before the talk.
I'm happy to withdraw the question relating to the Ndumi and what he said at the Tribal Commission, and to move straight to the issue of what the Chavase said about the Ndumi.
What Chavase said?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you will testify on behalf of the Chavase.
No. I want to read to him how the rule was expressed, because it's central to this case. It's one of the questions that the Supreme Court of Appeal asked to be investigated. It's a fundamental issue of importance in this court's adjudication. Is what the content and the implications of the Ndumi rule are. And that's what I'm trying to explore for the assistance of the court.
We can deal with that issue before us. I'm not sure if the Chivases have different perceptions about it, or the other group around the world. I don't know where we get. But nevertheless, I'm not here to discuss it. But it has been relevant to the issue.
It's certainly relevant to the issue, and if I can ask you to turn to the Exhibit A, applicant's trial bundle. At page 97. About 8 lines down from the top of the page, 97. The submission describes the Ndumi rule as follows. It says, under no circumstances can the Ndumi ascend the throne. It is taboo. And what I suggest to you is that it says the same in the Mphephu Ramabulana line of dissent.
It's page
97.
97.
8 lines from the top.
Or from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Under no circumstances can the Ndumi ascend the throne. It is taboo.
Hopi ahuna nanga pasi anyimele ipio kana ipio ine Ndumi yanga jena chiduloni ndi matudzi.
And I suggest to you that that's correct, not so.
Zvino ndikova kudza uri ndi ngohe asizvane. Who stated this? I just want to know.
The Chivasi stated it.
Bachivasi.
Vhathu vachivase vachiyamba izvi zvithu vava kuzviyamba ngauri rine na vone huna mupikisano wera vari khawo.
When the
commission,
the Chivases mentioned this, they mentioned this because we were in a competition, sort of in a commission. We were competing.
And zvine zvava hone nga Vhavenda Ndumi azvitova automatically uri itoya ijene vuhosi ni kujena ka mukororo nyava Ndumi vuhosi avumela murahu na moto kuvuya ni mukororo na kono jena.
And the fact of the matter in Vhavenda, it is not automatic that a Ndumi can be translated into a chief. What happens is that you can be a Ndumi, then you revert back and you come back as a prince.
You come back as Sakosi, no nangi wanga kazina.
You come back to be a chief from being a prince.
And if you have put you that you're wrong as far as that is concerned, and if you have a look also at pages 98 and 99, there is another submission to the Tribal Commission. I'm not sure who the author is.
Zvino ndikuvabudza uri zvichikwama izvo varong arali vacheck up ka page 97 98 na 99 huna imwe submission apa yoitwa ka commission tidivo ndi nganyi.
And at the top it says, in terms of custom, he is not in line for succession, referring to the Ndumi. And again, I put you that that's correct.
Where? Sorry?
At the top of page 99.
Oh, 99.
Underlined print. In terms of custom, he is not in line for succession.
So what's the question? I don't get.
And I'm putting to you that that is correct. The Ndumi may not succeed.
Zvino ndikova kuti zvori asi zvone ndumi aikoni ujena chiduroni.
Ndumi yezviri chiriyo jena chiduroni ndikodovolola kuti aijeni ngeyava ndumi.
I repeat, Ndumi cannot, when we say Ndumi succeeds, he does not succeed simply because he is Ndumi.
Zviva zvichikobva kandu uri ukobva kandu khulwane ya yonotovera ifiyo. Yonotovera ya dzekiso kwa ifi.
It depends on the house, which senior house are you coming from, whether the house that comes after the dzekiso house.
Arali ndumi ichiko ndumi aijeni arali kosi ndumi ipedza uva ndumi arali huna kosi yodzama yosiya mulaifa zvino hezvi zvine rakamba zvone zvachivasa rine hange hampepui ndu yopera vuosiyamira murau namne ndaviya ndi mukororo atongojena sa ndumi.
When the Ndumi, his task to be the Ndumi stops when there is a hair. But here, in the Mphephu papers here, what happens to us, I went back, I reverted back to be a prince, then I came back to be the chief from being a prince.
And ndichisedzana nepa ndisikobona uri kamusi uba uchikamba ngandumi ngauri vatu vachivasa vari korora vusi eno ubuti mara mevisi ovakadzi adidova vakadzi auna muthu ozvibudzisawo.
Checking here, we were fighting, or rather we were competing for the kingship together with the Chibases. But if you check, Mavis was Kazi, and she became a Kazi again, and no one made mention of that.
In this very case, let's come to this case. The Constitutional Court looked at the evidence put up by the applicant, and they looked at the evidence put up by you and by the 8th respondent, and they concluded as follows.
Zvino, arisedze hapa ka ayama pungupi, kote andayotewa yotichirisa kutanzo disonga applicant yadisa kutanzo disonga bone nanga 8th respondent ba izviteberawo.
The person appointed as the Ndumi is chosen from the family and is not permitted in terms of custom to become the ruler when the ruler whom he served passes.
Zvino mutu otiwawo kana ketonga muta uba ndumi hakoni ujena aba mutu ane abusa musi mutu mubusi onotpira kana mubusi onopira
mutu oya aba onangiwa uba ndumi hajenisa ndumi ujena chiba mukororo.
The person who was identified to be a Ndumi cannot succeed as a Ndumi. He succeeds as being a prince. He succeeds after he became a prince.
Even in this case, David Mphephu himself said that in his oral evidence that the Ndumi cannot succeed.
Zvino nakaine case vo David Mphephu vosumbedzisa nga vachikonekedzera butanzi apa vari ndumi aikoni ujena aijeni.
Vo David Mphephu vohamba zvezvine ndakahamba zvona vachiri ndumi aijeni vakamuri ndumi ijena samukororo.
David Mphephu said what I am saying now here. When he says Ndumi cannot succeed, he was right. Ndumi can succeed as a prince.
Tell me, was there a point where the Concord also considered this issue of housing and for also reverting back?
No. Not that I can recall, but they looked at the evidence put up, and that's what they said.
So we still have to probe deeply into it.
I'm not saying anything different. I agree with you.
Yes. No, I know that you don't say anything. I'm saying, in terms of the mandate from the SC, these are the issues that this court has to unearth.
Indeed. And one of the things...
And therefore we should also bear in mind that this witness, I don't know whether is it not too early for him to be confronted with that approach. In the Concord itself, did not have this matter before, especially the pastor.
Lord, it's a quote from the judgment where they express the rule, and I'm trying to convey to the witness the significance of the rule and the number of people who've expressed it.
If that's the aim, it's a legal issue. I'm not sure how this witness is going to be able to answer a legal issue arising from that context. Perhaps these are issues which raise to reserve for argument. Because at the end, it is this court that must decide on those issues.
And to some extent, Advocate Dawson, the witness agrees with you that Ndumi cannot succeed. But his circumstances were different. Or the time he was identified, the capacity was different. And yes, as the JP puts it, it appears, and you have confirmed that the issue of the collapse of the house and the reversing of the Kadi and the Ndumi to their original position as prince and princesses was never determined, or a finding was not made. But before this court, as the JP puts it, the scope has been extended for this court to establish whether such a circumstance permits or does not permit children of the deceased king who have since assumed different roles after their roles as Ndumi and Kadi have been nullified. So we have two different scenarios here, of which the first one, he agrees with you, and Ndumi cannot succeed the throne. But in my case, I was no longer in Ndumi at the time, as at the time I was identified. So it's a different set of facts, which cannot be infused to his concession.
I'm simply trying to put the case that the applicant is going to advance. We don't accept the collapse rule as it's been contended for.
Then that should be the argument before this one.
And that is what I'm going to put to him. But I'm entitled to test things with him. It's a fundamentally important part of the case. I intended to put to him three important reasons for the existence of the rule as a strict rule. I will leave that if the court is of the view that that amounts to legal argument.
I think you should.
As the court pleases.
Just to clarify.
My colleague has indicated that the statement either from the Constitutional Court or the Supreme Court of Appeal, but the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal, page 24, paragraph 42, this court was called upon to decide on the contentions that were made by the applicant in this case. There were two things. Firstly, she said, according to the Supreme Court of Appeal, according to the custom, first respondent was Ndumi. Ndumi is disqualified to succeed. Secondly, she said he was not identified as a senior traditional leader, but as a regent. And the Supreme Court of Appeal concluded these issues require further evidence and adjudication before the High Court for proper determination. So the matter is before this court. At this point in time, none of the applicant's witnesses has said anything about their case about Ndumi. They rely on the affidavit of senior traditional leader Chivase. He didn't testify. They rely on the affidavit of one Mishak Mamuhoi. He didn't testify. So the contention have been put on the case that was made in the affidavit. as it stands, and the court has asked, obviously we'll debate as to who must prove the existence of the Ndumi rule and based on what evidence has come. But as to say that it appears as the Constitutional Court or Supreme Court of Appeal has already decided as to the rule. The Supreme Court of Appeal said, no, this court the issues must be determined based on the pleadings and evidence that will come.
That was our understanding.
As a piece,
Then some of the issues in the terms of reference there as did not stretch to the issue of collapse.
As a piece.
Of course, isn't it so?
As a piece, which was pleaded by the 8 respondents in their parties affidavit, which is open for the court to decide.
That's why I say the safest way to how Mr. Watson substituting the examination is really to reserve this.
Is ready to?
Reserve. So the argument. Good. Because those are legal issues.
There are issues of custom, and I'm afraid custom doesn't have a crystal clear distinction between legal issues and factual issues that we have in other areas of the law. Custom operates in a space that is between those. It's between law and fact, and factual evidence has to be held and debated in order to ascertain custom. And
usage is also included. Usage.
Indeed.
Before it can crystallize into custom.
Indeed, we would. And that's why we need to explore this thing. It's one of the questions that's been put up. Professor Machidze dealt with it at length in her report. That evidence is before the court. She gave oral evidence about it. There's no suggestion from the side, certainly of the applicant, that the Constitutional Court has finally disposed of this matter. It was just a passing explanation of the rule for the reader of the judgment. It's not a final determination by any means. And the logic of the Constitutional Court was, we agree with the Supreme Court of Appeal to send this matter back to the High Court for these issues to be investigated. And customary law under the Constitution must survive a rationality test. If it must survive a rationality test, we're entitled to ask, what are the reasons for this rule, and are there good reasons?
But when, after putting question over and over in whether any ruling can succeed, is there anything which can take the level?
Well, I'm trying to convey to the witness that other significant voices, including David Mphephu, have expressed the rule. If we look at the witness's comments in his evidence in chief about this rule, he came very close to denying its existence altogether. And I need to deal with that.
And we understood the witness when he qualified. That issue whether
yes, and what I'm going to put to him is that qualification is not so, that it's a strict rule.
And whether that also issues that we've mentioned, collapse and the reversal, is also in the equation. Is it not so?
Well, I say that this whole collapse rule is something that has been created for purposes of this case, and trying to defend the eighth respondent's indefensible position. If these rules were rules that existed, they would have been stated at some point, either in a textbook or in the submissions made to the Inclarpo Commission. And we're entitled to explore with respect to the track record and see what people have committed to documents as far as these things are concerned.
That's one aspect.
My colleague say he's going to make submission with regard to the rule that it's a strict rule against only one person who testified about this rule, being Professor Machidze, who said this rule is not absolute. There are exceptions to this rule. And this is the only witness who testified. They have no factual witness who testify on the rule, except an expert who come and say, no, this rule is not absolute. is not followed, and he's not an expert in customary law, and he wants to put, a proposition which is against his own expert.
Well, the point is he is an Ndumi, which is expected to know what he's doing.
I was about to make the same point. This is the guy.
But here's the line.
When was he in Dumi?
Was he in Dumi at that point?
When he was
Well,
when he was
again, but the greatest of respects to your lordships, can't decide that issue before we get to the end of the case and argument. You're challenging me as though that is an established fact in this case. That the collapse rule got him out of it.
There's no challenge here. We are trying to say, let us avoid delving too much into the legal principles embedded in a case law, because this witness is not a competent lawyer to answer legal issues. That is why I said at the end, wouldn't you prefer, rather, to resent the argument? We've already had what you are.
I've made one mention of what the Constitutional Court said. I haven't gone back there. I don't intend to go back there. It was a passing reference
You
to.
cannot bring back, fine. Let's move on. But please, desist from dealing with legalities for purpose of extracting answers.
As the court pleases.
He's not able to do that. He's not knowledgeable in the legal principles espoused there in the judgment.
As the court pleases. What I suggest to you, Mr. Mphephu, is that there are three very important reasons for the rule that the Ndumi does not succeed.
Zvino zvine ndakuvisachita akabone Mphephu ndi fungo la uri huna zwithu zviraru zva vhuṱhogwa zvine zva sumbedza uri suggest that Ndumi is what?
Three important reasons why there is a rule that the Ndumi cannot succeed.
Huna zwithu zviraru zvine ngazvo zvisumbedzisa uri ndi ngani Ndumi isatei u dzhena.
First,
cha u thoma,
the rule ensures the security and safety of the king and maintains the peace.
Mulalo na tsireledzo ya khosi na uri uve na mulalo na vhudziki.
It avoids the situation that the king's closest advisor would have an incentive to remove or displace or even kill the king.
Zvino hu shavisa uri mueletshedzi wa tsinisa wa khosi inga mu fhedza no mumilisa chivindi kana umu bvisa chiduloni. Can I answer?
I'm giving you the opportunity to comment on it. If you agree with me, just say you agree with me.
Ndikopa chikhala chari vakutenderana ne bayamba. The first one.
So I'm saying to you that the reason for the rule that the Ndumi cannot succeed
zviitisi zvine Ndumi aite ujena chiduloni ngazvo
is that it ensures the security and safety of the king.
It
maintains the peace.
Huva hu tsireledza vhudziki, hu tsireledza khosi, tsireledzo ya khosi uri huve na mulalo kana vhudziki.
It avoids the situation of the king's closest advisor having an incentive to remove or displace or even kill him.
Ichiko bvisela thungo khonadzeo ya uri mueletshedzi wa tsini wa khosi anga rutsa u bvisa khosi kana umusudzulusa kana umilisa khosi chivindi ubulaya khosi.
That's correct, not so.
Ndi zwone asi zwone?
Yazizone na luthihi.
No, it is not true, not at all.
Ngauri arali tsho thoma ndi tsha uri rote vana va mutavu kana vakhosi yave khou busana chipinga.
Firstly, all of us, the children of the chief who was ruling at that time.
Ngabe ube huna mulayo une muulwane bakhamba kwe ana mtu wa dote ndo banduna.
If indeed there was such a rule, there would be no one who would want to become Ndumi.
But rotary divana zuri riba koro renga katipeza rogena buhusi ndinga ndire ine makotsimuna nazi kazi barifarisanga.
Because we all know that we are princes. We may end up succeeding. That is how we were taught by the Makotsimune and the Kazis.
And Ndumi aikone ufiyo wura kosi ngori ati uko Ndumi aijini idomu wura ya jini sana.
And Ndumi cannot kill the king, because it is said that Ndumi cannot become a king or a chief. So if the Ndumi murders the chief, how will he succeed?
Mutu ono jena ndo mkororo.
The one who succeeds is a prince.
Put it the other way around. By making sure that the Ndumi cannot succeed, the Ndumi knows it does not help me to kill the king, because it's not going to get me into that position.
Zvinavizva tusapa uri nga uri Ndumi dova chizvidivai uri aijeni zviamba zvori ingasiburaye kosi ngori dova chizvidiva zvori yone aite ujena.
Ndumi aite uraye kosi zva kosi zviva zvikobva kamudzimu. Kosi arare yatowa isina isongo marwa dzikiso isina mulaifa kana muthu anenge tojena chiduruni vosi ubuumela murawo.
Ndumi it's not supposed to murder the chief because the chieftaincy comes from God. If the chief dies, or life comes from God, is from God. If the chief dies before they could marry a Zekiso wife for him, or if there is no heir, then chieftaincy goes back to the family. Me too. When I was installed as a chief, I was not installed because I was Ndumi. I was installed because I was a prince.
Mr. Mphephu, what I'm putting to you is that...
What is the third requirement?
First requirement.
Said the third.
No, I'm still busy with the first one. What I'm putting to you is that by disputing this reason for the rule, you are showing your ignorance of customary law, because it is well established that this is one of the reasons for the Ndumi rule.
Zvino ndikuvabudza uri uhanai heyi chichitisi cha mulayo hoyu bonei bakujera pasi kana usajera nta mafungo amaitere asiarara ani zvaitiswa ngazvo ngori mulayo ukodishumisiwa.
Ngabe arandi kujera maitere yano ni pasi vomakadzi kadzi na makotsi munene vadopfori ndikonyaza murayo atongotodinanga ndotonangiwa.
If indeed I was undermining this rule, kadzi and makotsi munene will remove me, because I did not identify myself, I did not choose myself, I was identified.
Let's move on to the second requirement. Second reason for the Ndumi rule is that the Ndumi has a path in life, a role in life. It starts as Ndumi and moves on to becoming the Vhavenda or Kotsi Munene, including their role in the justice system.
Hafi mu chabubili ndifungo la Ndumi ina mshumo une yau itekezo, you said including Vhavenda. Oh?
Yes, including becoming Vhavenda.
Okaterwa na ubaba Vhavenda. Okaterwa na ubaba Vhavenda na mshumo ine yau itakoroni.
Nendo vyanda vandumi yabo dimbanyika.
I was once a Ndumi to Dimbanyika.
Yazo za koroni atongo vyanda sendera kazu changa ubo utikeza bo dimbanyika kazu nabakita zo namusi bachintuma.
I did not go near the council because my duty was to support Mr. Dimbanyika. Even he used to send me somewhere. I was his messenger.
We dispute that. Let me move on to the third reason. The third reason is that the Ndumi and the Kadzi are involved in choosing the successor.
Chavuraru chitis chavuraru ndifungo la Ndumi na Kadzi vaya bahone kama fungo auta muthu anotea ujena.
If the Ndumi, just let me finish. If the Ndumi could succeed, then the Ndumi would be able to appoint himself to that position.
Zvino ndumi arali uchingapfi iya jena chidhuloni zviamba uri ndumi ingadhikheta ingadhiita uri ijene chidhuloni yone ino.
Azvikonadzei ngori kha vhosi ya Tshivenda khosi inangiwa nga khadzi.
It is impossible because in a Venda chieftaincy the chief is identified by the khadzi.
Ndumi na khadzi arali vuhosi vusongo ya phanda vusongo ya kha vana vakhosi veyayo khovusa rothe ri ya dara vhudziwa ri u bva namusi ve wonotheni va korolo. That's why na rine ndo rumela murahu ahuna zwine tshi khou shuma zwone nga ndani wa mukorolo.
Ndumi and khadzi, if the chieftaincy did not go back to the house of the chief that was ruling, they come to notify us all that you are all prince and princess. That is why I was also I reverted back to being a prince.
And the bottom line is that Venda custom, including Mphephu Ramabulana custom, would preclude you from being appointed as king of the Mphephu Ramabulana because you held the role of Ndumi.
Zvino chidziki cha mapungo apa ndipungo la uri uyanga maitele amu layo hono ni pano kha Vhavenda hokatela na valushaka lwa Mphephu Ramabulana upfi vone vaya bviselwa nda kha pungo la uri vangava muthu ane atea u dzhena nga ṅwambo wa milayo hei ya vundumi.
Azvikonadzei nne ndo bebiwa nga khosi vo Toni Mphephu ndi kha ḓivha ṅwana wavo na namusi. Azvikonadzei uri arali vha khou nangiwa nne ndi sa nangiwa.
It is impossible. I was born of King Patrick Mphephu. I am still his child. It is impossible that if others are being identified, I must not be identified.
Arali ukopfi mukala vosi ya kholomo dziko phakekanya vana vavo Toni Mphephu na nne ndi ya phaka athi li chisungo pfi ndi ndumi.
If it is said or rather stated that my father left some cattle and they are being shared amongst his children, I also get my part. They cannot say, no, we cannot give you, you cannot get a cattle because you are in Ndumi.
The eighth respondent's expert, Professor Ntlama Makanya, pleaded for the flexible application of customary law to help you get around the problem that an Ndumi cannot be king.
Zvino apo asumbidzwa upfi Professor Ntlama usumbedza zvauri mulayo une wamba nga izva vundumi huitela usumbedza bone uri avateu jena uva chidhuloni cha vuhosi.
Akuna mulayo unoamba nga kudumi.
There is no law that speaks about being a ndumi. There is no rule.
Our expert, Dr. Nisi Weeks, agrees that customary rules of succession are applied with flexibility, but some less so than others. Some are more strict, and one of those is the Ndumi rule.
Zvinoi, zvavo Professor who?
Dr. Nisi Weeks.
Oh, Dr. Nisi Weeks. Wambanga milayo ine ya jelwa nthana milayo mingwene ya jelwa nthana havana mingwene ya strict hafi zvino hoyu wavundumi ndi mumwe wayo.
Ndizvone zvinoenda kwadovolola uri arali hu chikopfi ndumi aijini makotsi munene na dzikhadzi vuranga phanda nga khadzi vova nne va songo ndzhenisa nne vo ndzhenisa ngauri ahuna mulayo wezwo zwithu nne ndo dzhena nge ndava mukololo.
I repeat myself, if there is a rule that says Ndumi cannot succeed, makotsi munene and the khadzis led by khadzi would not have identified me. They identified me because I was a prince.
Can we take it further then? Yes, answer.
May I speak?
When you were appointed or the person identified not to do me, I think we should listen to the record and find the same answer. Can we take it from there?
I had no intention of asking any more questions about the Ndumi. That was the end of my cross-examination.
So let's, if we still have questions, let's accept them tomorrow, and we take it.
None about Ndumi. Pleased to know. I say none about the Ndumi, you'll be pleased to know.
No. Well, we can say it repeatedly, but as long as you have it, just to disappoint some of the way we pass them around. So what are you saying for the records? I did not interrupt you, you accept that. I say, if you still have questions, you can continue.
No, I have no more questions on Ndumi. I have questions on plenty of questions on other things, but none on Ndumi.
At this stage of the proceedings, this court will, because of time constraints, will rise and then the matter will again continue. The court will resume tomorrow.
khezwo vha khou kaizwo dovha hafhu wa vhuya matshelo ri ḓo thoma nga 10 vhathu vha ri takuwa oyu khou ḓa u dzhia
Thank you.
Marcelo, sure, Marcelo.